Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
We can be heard by the audience right now. I just clicked the go live button, just so you know.
Okay.
Oh, hello, audience.
You should have warned me.
I just warned you.
See,
All right. Let's see. Audio seems to be doing good. And now I'm going off to Twitter.
Joe, you got a little cut off there as well. I just heard "see," so you might need to turn down your noise gate a little.
Yeah.
Welcome home, Chi_Sumi.
oh.
Welcome home, Fire_Key.
I guess you don't need sound effects while I mess with stuff.
Ah, it's perfectly fine. It gives them something to listen to. And me too. So we are starting early. And this might be our starting time in the future. We'll figure it out today. But ultimately, there's just going to be a few things that I'm going to go over at least in the first 5 minutes, just to make sure that things aren't broken. There's a few things that I needed to tweak, and I've got unfortunate news for you, Dan Paul. Unintended. So with skills, you're going to have to replace one of your skills.
Why? What did you do?
This is the same with Novus earlier, who's going to be here soon. Skills are in two categories, novice and journeyman for you right now, and one of your skills is a circle 5 or above skill. It's just too powerful. That's okay. Tactics, the thing we were all talking about the last session, yeah, that's a circle 5 or above. So Nova's took that off too. But it's your conceal object.
Okay.
So, the
conceal object.
Yep.
So
I
see it. So just take it away, or
take it away, and you get 3 ranks to go ahead and throw somewhere else. I have a new thing that I should be able to share to help avoid this in the future.
It is a gun.
All right. Now that's scary.
If you build your character wrong, watch out.
If you go into the hold on. We got some sound bouncing back from you, DP. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear myself.
It's kind of cute.
Is that the sound coming from the...
I think he's got feedback from his
Foundry?
That's his foundry going back into the microphone.
Okay, because I don't have any sound for Foundry, and the tab is unmuted.
Gotcha. DP, can you hear us?
I can. I'm trying to turn down your music on it.
Gotcha. Playlist at the very top, slide the playlist amount down, and it takes about 10 seconds for it to fade.
Oh, maybe that's what it...
Yeah. The fade is what takes a moment.
Okay, got it.
I almost had the exact same issue as I realize why I don't hear anything. It's because it's coming through my speakers and I have my headset on. I haven't changed over my stuff. We're good now. I hear sound.
Jack, would you mind if I share this in other communities?
Yes, please. And
if you can let me know how to get rid of this skill.
There's a trash can to the far right that's faded out. I think I should be able to click it here. Does that work? That. I don't know if you saw it. Otherwise, I can remove it for you, and that's easy. If you don't mind.
You can remove it.
Yeah. Boom, boom, done. So, under skill, you now have 3 points available. Under compendium packs, do you see the homebrew section? Or no?
Let me get it.
Yeah.
Compendium packs.
And then, is there a folder for homebrew? Do you see skill descriptions sorted?
I do.
If you go in there, I already have all the novice sorted out. So no more like, is this journeyman or not?
Okay.
So
I'm
that'll make
looking
it
at
easier for you.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. There we go on that. I remember Nova's being here and understanding that we were starting early.
Ruh-roh.
And I remember him talking about it even being here at 7. So,
Yeah, he thumbs up that message. Kill him.
Again. I mean, he's always good to be on time. So this one, oh well, we'll figure it out. All right. I'm going to give you guys, first I am going to go visible. And I'm just going to talk to chat for a second. And I'm going to do it open mic. Because if you guys have anything to say, that's good. But, hey guys, welcome. Right now we're just doing setup. And if you guys don't mind, we're going to be focusing more on the RP tonight than the chatting. But if chats happens, that's good. I would expect that players are probably not looking at chat because this is just us having a good time. Also, you guys have the GM vision of things. So if you talk about something spoilery and they see it, that just sucks for them. So that's probably how it's going to go tonight. That said, my best advice, and this is me being shameless on everyone else's behalf, if you know how to throw money at your favorite people and you do so while they're here, I'm not going to complain because I think that's cool if you're enjoying what all of us are doing. So I'm saying that shamelessly and calmly. If people do cool things and they get paid for it, that's awesome for them. So that is what I'm suggesting to all of you. And I'll just say that little nudge at the beginning because you know what? Things are cool. But if you guys
chat, you should be fine to comment on screen stuff. It's up to us to not look at it.
Correct. But outside of that, the best thing you can do is just chill here, have fun, and enjoy us having fun.
Which I definitely did not read from chat, by the way, and was just saying that apropos of nothing in case someone was questioning that sort of thing.
Yeah. Nah, I ultimately, though, that is me being awkward and straightforward. And if I don't talk to all of you, it's not that I'm ignoring you. It's that I'm paying attention to the cool stuff on stream. Yeah, other than that, that's my thought. Let's see. And I'm just doing a tweet over here just briefly, and then I'm good to just have full attention onto the stuff. Where is Novice? Now, what do we got here? Now, I need to turn that down, and then we are good. Dan Paul, do you have
Yes.
any need or help on that before we move forward?
Let's see. I think I've found the one that I'll take. How do you want me to add that
You should be able to just drag it in. What is it?
to? I'm going to use engaging banter
Ooh, that one would be a useful one.
and drag it into my player sheet.
Yep, just drag it onto your player sheet, and it should pop on there.
Where's my player sheet?
If you double click on your icon in the tavern, you can bring it up.
Oh, in the tavern, in the Discord.
No, not in the Discord. Are you able to see anything on in the map? Like, do you see the little map in the background?
I can. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
This is the pre-set up landing page where you can just kind of chill in the tavern. And
That's right. Okay.
Yep.
I was like, I'm not sure what this is. Okay.
Yep. Like, I do have to say, Joy is actually, I just decided for this scene, I started her out sitting on the edge of the fireplace, and she kind of blends in. I just noticed that. But yeah, you should be able to just drag it onto your character sheet.
Yeah, I did.
My camouflage.
Now, as a note, you have 3 total ranks that were on the previous one, so you now have 1 rank in engaging banter, and you can put it on other things if you want. So you've got 2 more ranks to spend, and then you'll be good.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, jeez. All right.
I mean, you can get 2 more skills, or you can just put them into, like, awareness or engaging banter to increase them.
I'll just put him in engaging banter.
All right. So one other thing, and I'm saying this as a thing that may not be understood from previous conversations, but you will notice that there's discipline talents and optional talents on your talent page. As a reminder, you may not add karma to your optional talent. So when you see one down there, I'm fixing some of yours. Remember that your optional talents, you can't add your karma to. But you get your karma every individual day. So.
No. Uh-oh.
What?
The optional talent's probably one I would want to use karma in.
I agree. So, there we are. I'm still waiting for Novice. Novice? I hope he did thumbs up the change on the schedule, I think, right?
Yes, he did. I checked.
The original one said 6 p.m. He did not thumbs up the updated one. Okay. That stinks.
You guys want to just hang out and get to know each other in the tavern for an hour?
That might be it, and then we can just do pre-setup and questions and such. Okay. That's fine.
Because that way we don't have to rush if people want to look at skills and things. And
we can do introduction. I mean, that's the other thing. Is starting early meant that if something went wrong, we're good for that. So, Granozan's going down to bed. This also means that if you guys want to even chat it up with chat, answer questions with chat, we'll just keep this as an open start. So, first and foremost, before we go into the hard RP, does anyone have any questions about your characters? Anything you want to ask before we just move forward?
The characters themselves.
Okay. So into RP it seems. Cool.
I like how Joey Girl's icon is smaller than the rest of ours.
Yours is actively bigger. Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see. You sit in what's called many different names, but for the official name, it's the Benevolent Sky Surge. It's named after what seems to be an odd illusion magic on the ceiling of the tavern itself. Shifting clouds and the blue sky seem to move across all of it, almost mimicking the sky above outside. The rumors have been brought about as some of the patrons come in and out of the tavern that when the clouds look stormy, be sure to head for cover. But today looks like a good day. Many of you have been told that since your various ways of coming into the Guild of Benevolence, that there would be a day that all of you would come together and you would be given your first task. Today seems to be that day, as many of you walk in. However, one of you, for what will be the party necessary, are not here. You're waiting for them, probably considering that they're late. They probably could have a varying reason, and that is the other dwarf, Granozan. It is at this point that the Compass, as she is nicknamed and call signed, calls out saying that he will be... Yeah, don't mind him. He'll be a little bit late. You see, he's got town watch or something, and it's bullshit, but whatever. Then she goes back to chopping on a bit of carrots or something on the table. Go talk amongst yourselves, and if you need to, don't mind the monkey in the corner. It's stuffed, but you can do what you need to with it. She motions to the monkey that's basically sprawled out. It seems to be a large toy sprawled out on top of the guitar itself.
There's a toy monkey in here? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, well, it seems to be. Or do you say that in character?
No.
Okay.
No, I say that just to clarify.
Yep.
What I was going to ask is what time did you say it was, if you said a time?
In game, it's the midday.
Okay.
The middle of the day. You have been here at night and you notice there's a nighttime illusion at it. So if what seems to be on the ceiling is true, the sun seems to be at the midpoint of the sky. You look over after hearing the attention and curiously at what seems to be the monkey, and it seems to be a large, mannequined, almost made out of wood monkey with a lot of gouges and hacks and bruises upon the wood that it's made of. Apparently it doubles up as a sort of attack dummy for people to practice on. But sitting around, you see a dwarf, a troll, and an elf that all of you have been sitting in the same room as people have talked at you, but haven't really had a chance to talk to each other. Over on the fireplace sits a Windling, and next to her, a creature that many of you have heard about and have maybe seen, but they're more prominent in other parts of the world, a Zoak, what seems to be a combination of a bat and a bird with a lizard. It's a weird creature, but large enough that you've seen the Windling sit upon.
They're allowed in here, though?
Yes. In this case, that's what you assume upon seeing it. But no one else seems to be shrugging.
Emotional support, Zoak.
The only other person that's present in the building, to your knowledge, is the one called the host. And you hear some, as you look towards the south end of the room, you notice that there's a window that they usually put food through, and you hear chopping and preparation in there. You can only assume it's him.
Is it, do we pay for food, or is this like, are we being fed?
You are being fed. This seconds as the top half of the barracks for the people who are part of the guild. And you're still getting used to being a part of the guild. But you get fed at specific times a day. In fact, it's a really good lifestyle. So long as you take the adventuring and the death-defying future that you have to look forward to. But 'Tis the way of building legends and heroes. It was at this moment that someone within the party speaks up and starts to introduce themselves more formally.
Hey, you guys ever wonder what they're chopping at the bar if all the food prep is in the kitchen?
Smells like carrots.
Like, with your beer?
Carrots and beer. Yes. Windling, that creature of yours, what's its name?
His name is Clyde. He's nice and trained. He's really friendly.
I'm going to put my finger by its mouth. Will it bite?
Only if I tell him to.
And what is your name, since he didn't ask that?
I only cared about the little bugger. My name is Renard.
I was talking to the Windling, but thank you. I was going to ask that as well.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Renard. My name's Lux. And what's your name, my tall friend?
My name's Davrak. You can just call me Dav for short, if you need to shorten it.
Meet you. And I think this is Vashana. We met on the way up here.
Indeed.
Davrak, you must be from east of here.
If we are shortening names, you may call me Vash if you wish.
Noted. Yes, I am from east of here. How intuitive of you. I'm over from the Crimson Mountains, Crimson Needle specifically.
A lot of the trolls there have good relationships with my people in Newtville.
Oh, that's good to hear. I don't always
Nice.
start with good relations.
I believe it.
What the fuck?
It's nice. We came from a little town together. It was nice getting to know each other on the way here, if a little scary. Everything's so big here.
Imagine things are big wherever you go.
Where are you
No,
from?
not always. There's a lot of stuff that's me-sized.
Like Lulu.
Where are you from?
We're from a little town that's not too far from here. Sorry, out of character. What is the name of the town? I don't think we
Ask
ever
that.
named it. We never named it.
No, not at all. But you're about to just now on a whim. I can name it as well. That's still on my to-do list. The name of it is.
Oh yes, we came from.
We came from
Sounds
Name
delightful.
Redacted.
Sounds delightful.
There,
Never been there.
How would you spell that? Just for curiosity's sake.
RHBEHHBRRBH.
Oh, fantastic. I can only write trolls, so I won't be writing it down, but
But the H is silent.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you suppose we'll be doing today?
Well, by the looks of it, probably waiting.
No one perks her head up as she hears that. Oh, got a job for you, but I'll talk to you about it when all of you are together. It's not glorious in terms of what you'll be doing, but the work will possibly. Don't die. She shrugs and then just goes back casually to the carrot. Actually, now the 6th carrot. She's chopping very meticulously.
Sounds ominous.
I didn't like the sound of that sigh, yeah.
I often try not to die.
I'm really good at it so far.
You're good at dying.
No, good at not dying.
Oh,
See,
good.
look it. Totally not dead.
Very good.
If it makes you all feel better, there is a life after death.
What kind of life would that be?
Oh, it really depends.
So there's like a lot of lives, or is it just like you make your choice, like here on this one?
It depends.
I hope it's a happier one then.
Anyone got a less
depends.
ominous topic of conversation?
What they put in those carrots for? What are they going in? A stew? Pie?
Cake?
To the south, you get a response where you didn't expect it from the one known as the host. Stew. Specifically a vegetable stew, except it's got some lamb in it today. Also, the carrots are probably the best vegetable we've got this time. All the rest of them kind of rotted. It's the suppliers that we've got are having some challenges. Oh well, that's fine. Back to the chopping. And he goes back away from the window.
Someone
You
ought to
should
do
try
something
your
about
hand
that.
at carrot cake. It goes deliciously with tea.
Will we be eating then before we leave?
No one shrugs. You will be leaving tomorrow morning. Today we've got to gather and get all the information so you can visit who is providing the task.
Oh, tomorrow? Oh, shit. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go change out of my armor. Excuse me.
As the troll stomps out of the room,
This door is locked.
oh, a momentary reprieve as happens as the host comes out with the food, bringing it off to the table. He drops it off in front of all of you, including what seems to be complimentary ales. It seems that they are perfectly fine with you drinking with no problem on a day you're not going to be leaving.
Very good. Thank you.
Oh, yay.
Mm-hmm. As all of the food is being distributed and among all of you, he looks at each of you. I may know your personal talents and such, each and every one of you, but would you mind introducing... Are you aware of each of your own talents within your disciplines and such? He gestures almost gregariously at each and every one of you, pointing from the dwarf with a mask upon him, the Windling sitting now on the table, and also the elf, who I predict is wearing darkened clothes.
Yes.
I'm
Just
gonna,
pure black.
I'm gonna lift the mask up too. I would just have that atop of my head rather than using it on.
Okay. And he moves his hand, starting over to Vashana, in a gesture of almost to say, introduce not only yourself but what you can do.
Well,
Wait, hold on, don't start yet. Sorry, I it just took me a minute. All right, I'm here. Go ahead.
My name is Vashana, and I am a Nethermancer.
A Nethermancer?
Yes.
What manner of
first-
thing is that?
We... How should I phrase this? I guess the easiest way is I have tea with the dead every morning.
Oh dear. Okay. All right.
Like on purpose.
Oh yes, they are quite insightful. You would not believe the wealth of knowledge that the dead have.
Oh, I believe it. I should like to hear some of it.
So what was the first Mancer like? If you're another Mancer, what was the first one like?
He's in jest.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand.
What you're saying. She said
Comedy.
it was a Nethermancer, and you thought it was another Mancer. Yeah, that's kind of
Oh.
funny, but that's not what it is.
Oh, I see.
Yes, quite funny.
The host then turns his attention over to the dwarf across the table. And you?
The name is Renard. A dwarf from Newsville. Come here seeking adventure, something outside of what I've normally done. I was in charge of maintenance and bridge repair. We took care of Odin's orchard inside the Thunder Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions? He looks over to the rest.
Bridges, huh?
What was it like at an orchard?
They are underneath the mountains, vast lakes, canyons, and trees. We tend to those. A lot of bridge maintenance for my part. Maintenance and repair of trails and bridges.
What is the anatomy of a bridge?
The anatomy of a bridge.
Is it complicated?
You don't use bridges?
Well, no, I do, but I've never built one.
Well, it's about being able to support the weight of others, for one. Basically tethering down. It depends on what you're crossing, I suppose, but I don't know. I suppose I'd have to point it out to you. But just being sure that it can support others is its main function.
Fascinating. You must tell me more at a different time.
Right.
A nod from the host then goes over towards the Windling. And you?
Lux Greenspring. I have my Clyde over there. We like to do stuff together. A lot of people call me a Calvaryman. And I like to spend a lot of time outdoors. I like my plants and just nature in general. That's pretty much it.
So
plants, then you some kind of you deal with nature.
Yeah. Well, before I actually found my Clyde there, I used to make a lot of tinctures and herbs and all sorts of concoctions. I still like to do that sometimes.
Some kind of herbalist or alchemist, perhaps?
Yes.
I see.
Did you used to be a merchant over in there?
Oh. Not really. It was more just like a family kind of thing, where we'd help make salves and sometimes poultices to sell, but it was mostly just to help with what ails you inside of my little community.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, now you go.
Okay, I will go now. I said earlier my name is Davrak, Davrak Crimson. Again from the Crimson Needles. I'm a Sky Raider. I don't do that anymore. Not much though.
That's what they all say.
Yeah.
Anyway, as you say that
please
phrase, Davrak, a part of your actual tingling within your body starts to almost inject a little bit of pain in you, as every time you say that, the magic inside you seems to almost revolt against that concept. Continue.
I mean, like the raiding specifically. I still do all the other stuff.
What is the other stuff?
Like flying and attacking and those two things mostly. Actually, yeah, that's about the bulk of it.
Did you pilot an airship, or were you crewmen on board of one?
I was, yes. You probably never heard of it. It was the Flying Dutchman. I was among the crew for a while.
I see. Profitable work?
Yeah, I'd say so, until the crew and company start to shut down due to infighting and mutiny, and it wasn't pretty.
Is that why you're here?
It is a big reason why I'm here. Yes.
I see.
So at that point, there's a look around as the host shrugs and looks back at no one. She shrugs and says, "Another sleeper."
To adventure. Sorry, I'm possibly on time or late. I don't know.
We're doing a yeah, you're late. It's all good. Welcome, Noan. You're going to start role-playing as if you just walked in the door, okay?
There he is, overslept.
Look at this motley crew of people in here, huh?
I knew as soon as she brought out the ale that you'd show up.
Oh, was I supposed to bring it?
Try some of this. Let's get your opinion on it.
As the dwarf walks into the door of the bar, he looks a little bit rushed. What seems to be a late shift, or a shift that went later within his current job, has held him back, it seems. So,
Is this the guy? This the one. This one here.
No one just grins as the references, and she just says, "Lateness isn't good." She looks directly at the newly entering dwarf.
Perhaps if you had this pint on time, he would have been here with it.
I can tell you it would have helped.
To which the host definitely just lets out a sigh and starts walking away at the comment about his current speed of service. Granozan, we're going to take a step aside from role-playing for a moment. Are you in the server just to make sure everything is
That
okay?
I am.
Okay. You are on the scene and you're able to see your character?
That I am.
Okay. Out of character, it's introductions and such we've been doing while we were waiting. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. There we go. No one turns around and looks off at you as you approach, and approach what seems to be the only ale at the table that's not been claimed. Go ahead and introduce yourself, you late sass. She shrugs, now eating parts of a carrot she recently cut.
Hi, my name is Granozan, and well, when I'm not part with the city watch, I'm around here just, helping be one of the adept scouts in the area. Help you find stuff, and well, that's what I'm mostly good for. Decent with a bow at times too, so I've been told.
She looks around at all of you. Any questions?
So you work 2 jobs?
And I started off as city guard. But so, yeah, at times, kind of go back and forth between. I'm thinking about just quitting that for this if the money's right.
She
Got a habit of spending a little more than I should.
Oh, you and me both, buddy.
She grins a little bit from the distance and starts walking around towards the table. Looks like it's time for business, then. Normally, you'd have your pick of the litter. In fact, we don't even know what to do with you, new blood. It was a consideration to bring new individuals into our fold, if you will. And all of you are the first. She looks at each of you. You will be leaving tomorrow morning for the first task that we will assign you, and we'll call it your initiation. Upon completion, you will be paid, and we will get you an introduction to more time at our Benevolent Stone Research Company, where they will be able to provide you a equitable item. And she shrugs, almost a little bit awkwardly as she says, and the blood ritual necessary that we will be pushing upon you to help protect our own as well as you. But that's something that you were all aware of, correct? She looks at each of you, one in turn.
Yes, I've heard of it.
Vashana
I
nods.
knew about it, but the way you described it just now makes me more nervous.
She grins, which goes into a smirk. That's nothing about the ritual. It's just magics of blood is never something I feel comfortable with, no matter how common or uncommon it can be. I am not necessarily one for the magics, but 2 of you definitely do more about that. She furrows her brow, realizing that she's an adept herself, but, that is, who cares about hashing? She says, but tonight you will be going over to the southeastern port. What do we call it? Over by the farms. In a farmhouse, we actually have a place where our researchers and such are going to be looking over needs. And they have an agreement with a researcher off to the west. And that researcher will need supplies. It's part of our agreement. In fact, she hands out a piece of paper and just slaps it on the table. I'm testing to see if this works. Do you see the delivery to Merck's rest paper?
Yes.
Yes.
She slaps it on, and just on the top is an actual scribble that she points to with her short dwarven finger. Over here is a man named the Calculator, and as many of us of the upper tiers are established, we each have our call sign. When you reach the rank of journeyman, you will get one yourselves. But the Calculator, he is our brainiest brain. He's got an agreement with a man out in the west, the Badlands, and that is what I meant. You're just doing a delivery and helping, but it is to the Badlands. Be careful. She nods.
What's the man's name?
The Calculator? You can call him
No, the man from the west that you have the agreement with.
Oh, Merck. Merck Rockmender. He is another member of the guild like yourself, though not an adept. He's a quester of Jaspery.
So no call sign for him.
As each of you hear the phrase quester of Jasper, each of you think about something that's actually pretty incredible. The passions themselves are like walking gods among the land, everywhere and nowhere at once, and the ones who devote themselves to the questers are able to commune and also borrow the powers of them. Jaspery is the passion of nature. So a quester of Jaspery in a land in the Badlands is a terrifyingly interesting thing for each of you to consider for a moment, as the Badlands themselves have been ravaged beyond repair, as many consider, since the Scourge itself. At that point, as each of you are left to your thoughts for a moment, no one continues. That's why we make sure I actually negotiated on your behalf. You'll notice there's a note up front there about the booster potion in Keelix's poultices. For poisons. Those are just in case you need them. She, again, points to that. Do you have any questions about this agreement, or you have any concerns? Because you'll be negotiating with me. Don't bother with him. He's stupid about it.
Suppose we don't use them?
Then please return him. She just shrugs at that, matter-of-factly.
Do we get an additional reward if we don't use them and return them?
No. But it's one of those. It would be you do not get charged if you use them and don't return them. She looks at each of you. It would be better for you to go with this than go without it.
That makes sense.
Sure.
And
That'll
the
work.
compensation is 125 total, not 125 apiece, right?
125 total, split.
Okay.
But this is a majority, but you may be able to get other compensation at the end. She looks. It just matters of if there's any additional requests by the Calculator. She looks around. Any questions?
Mm-mm.
All right.
I have none.
She nods.
No?
Says, "Enjoy your meal then. Get some get some good food in you, and I'll get you directions on how to get to the Calculator."
Wait, you said we're going tonight?
No, to speak to the Calculator if there's any questions. In fact, I might be able to get him here. She shrugs and walks away as all of you continue eating.
They said we weren't leaving tonight. I took my armor off.
Mhm. As she walks over towards talking to the other in the corner, the door opens and a dwarf in robes walks in. Almost coincidentally, it seems that this man is walking up to the table. Use your imagination. I'm late. The dwarf just looks at all of you as if you should know who he should be.
Glad I ain't the only one.
We have no idea.
Hello, late.
I drank yours.
Oh.
Vashana will pass him her ale as she has not drank it. She has just been drinking tea.
He reaches forward, grabs it, looks at it, nods, and then just puts it back down and says, apologies. My name is, the calculator. I was supposed to be here for the conversation. You hear the compass from the other end of the room say, oh, forgot about that. And at which point the calculator just shrugs. Well.
Oh, yes. You're the calculator. And I reached for the beer that was put down.
And he watches you grab the beer, just shrugs, and leans forward. So, what have you been told? Pretty much everything or nothing?
We are escorting some goods to someone that you have a deal with.
Good. Okay. Go ahead and I'm going to give all of you an opportunity to roll awareness. If not awareness, perception. There's something about this circumstance that catches your attention, or at least itches at your mind. You want to know what. By the way, if you need help rolling anything, let me know.
Oh, those are fancy.
This is where Davrak gets embarrassed.
Yeah. By the way, as a small note, while 3 of you have succeeded, 2 of you have succeeded in an excellent way. Vashana and the rest of you notice that he seems to be a little winded at this point, as if he actually ran here, which looks a little odd since his demeanor shows that he shouldn't have a reason to rush. However, Renard and Granozan, both of you notice that despite him running and such, there seems to be something in his breathing that shows that he's not only labored, he's in pain. The man continues.
I'd like to... Is he sitting down?
No, he's just standing. I'm going to just drop a random... The ape is now him, for this sake. I didn't have a token prepared for this.
Okay.
He's just standing right there, one hand and kind of his elbow on the table. He's leaning against it. So, any responses to that, or let him continue?
I'm going to offer him a chair. Hey, why don't you have a seat, sit down, catch your breath.
He stops, looks over at you, nods, and starts to sit down. He takes a moment, breathes, and then he restarts. So
I'd like to put my hand on his shoulder. Is that okay?
I'd like that. Go ahead and roll charisma or first impression.
Okay. We'll do first impression.
All right. All right. You have successfully done so. So you feel the actual tenseness in his shoulder release as you touch him with some sort of moment of support. And he looks over and says, "It's been a hell of a time getting over here." Looks up. I'm sitting here running with a cart, almost got mugged. And, well, let's just say the other guy looks worse. He shrugs and says, "But the goods are outside. and a cart. And I'm not one to really run all that much these days.
I look at Granozan because I know he's part of the watch, part of the guard. Is like my look. I guess the look I'm trying to give him is that common? Would he be harassed right here in the city somehow? Like I with concern to Granozan. Like that's his job, right?
I mean, if it's just the look, I'm not gonna be like. So yeah, Granozan will take that. He just kind of just looks you back, nods, and just be like, "It'll be fine."
Okay.
Unless, I mean, well, I was in that cart that people are trying to mug you.
He looks over and he says, honestly, from the outside, it just looks like bags, but it's just survival supplies, food, seeds. Nothing that people would go out of their way. I mean, they didn't even look like they were starving or anything. They just wanted to get a hold of it. He looks up. So, just, if it's an unlucky card, I'm sorry. Be careful.
I'll go put my armor back on.
He looks over. Oh, no, you're not leaving till the morning.
What the fuck?
He turns around and he says, so I've got some directions for you on where you need to go. And have any of you ever been to the Badlands before? I would assume not. He looks up very nervous talking about the Badlands.
No, sir.
Can't say I have.
I've flown over them, but haven't, like, been in them.
They're,
Vashana will shake her head.
they're not
And
good.
offer him a cup of tea.
They're... He holds his palm up and he says, they're not good. Not good at all. As you travel, remember, be careful of your lungs. If you notice something that feels wrong, you should have some poultices with you. Be aware of that. The land itself almost feels tainted. He glances over at Renard. Heard that you're a spell slinger, right?
Not the best of one, but I dabble.
Make sure to be smart with your matrices. Don't do anything raw there. You'll die.
Yeah, we've been instructed to try not to die. I was in the orders. Don't die.
That's true. They said that explicitly.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Real glad they put that in there too. I mean,
Any tips as to how we could, follow that rule?
Is that for all spellcasters?
Yeah. He takes a glance over at you and your address, and he says, yeah, all.
Noted, thank you.
He says, advice on how not to die. I've walked into there a few times trying to get there. In fact, we need new... Unfortunately, part of the reason that we're offering this to you is that another set of mercenaries that we hired either took off with the goods or didn't come back, and we don't know which. So, but we haven't heard anything from the camp for a while, and just when you get there to Merck, just bring it to him. Just do the task, get in there, help him with what he needs help with, and get out if he has any tasks. If not, just come home and it's easy. It's going to be about...
We're not to be on the lookout for the other party?
It's been a month. He says, no, that's not what we're asking you to do. If you do find something out, though. Yeah.
So you hired a second person named Merck as well, or another set of mercenaries?
Another set of mercenaries.
Sorry. I'm just making sure.
The camp has a group of people around Merck. His adopted son, I know of. The rest I've just heard have joined for his cause. He has been given a task by Jasper himself to try and recover the lands from inside instead of the edge. So, if he's okay and everything, just be sure he's good.
He's trying to recover the lands from the inside?
Yes. It's daft, I know, but the Vision accepted his idea, and it's a noble cause, so...
I was gonna say that's impressive.
He sighs a little. I'm not going to speak against the passions, but damn, they don't understand him. He looks up. The only other thing I'd have to say is, the the Badlands have been known to make creatures who seem normal and are not. But that's kind of the way of all the lands these days. If you see something that seems simple, never assume it's simple. That's my best advice. I was once scared by a chipmunk. I don't want to recall the story.
Huh. That's not something you hear most often.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're really
That
bad
guy's-
chipmunks.
Anyone who has a relevant talent or skill to creatures, monsters, animals, and or such, including your half magic, Granozan, if you wish, you may roll it now.
Ooh, how about legends and heroes? Are there any legends
I'd
about
be
the
good with
Badlands?
that. You go ahead and roll with that.
Excellent.
I just got the horror lore.
I mean, you
Not-
could roll. I mean, it's going to be obscure as hell, but
All right. You said roll half magic? I'll
half
try
magic is perfectly fine too.
it. I have no idea what this.
Mm-hmm.
I would roll for that.
So if you don't have any relevant knowledge or anything, no need to roll. So
Yeah.
none of you can recall anything about what would be considered a dangerous squirrel in your stories that you've heard. But as he looks up, he says, do any of you have any needs before you go? And he says, oh, and he reaches down into what seems to be a side knack. And he puts down what seems to be a potion and two pouches, small little individual pouches, which you assume to be the poultices. He just puts it on the table, assuming someone will pick it up. He says, but my advice, leave in the morning. He starts giving you directions. But instead of just going through them all, I will just simply say that you read out and you make note of the directions. They're pretty simple. Let's see. So no need to take notes, but he tells you to exit through the west of Travar and go north about a half a day to a day, which is why he advises to leave in the morning. And from a landmark called Ungar's Split Rock, you will go straight west. So that is what he has for you. He looks over and says, this here, Granozan, as I understand, is going to be key to this. He's going to make sure that you stay on your pace. As I understand, you have the magics of the scout, right?
That I do, sir.
And at that, he stands up, looking at each one of you, including Renard, who has stepped away. He shrugs.
I was just wondering if anyone would be comfortable with me taking a few of these carrots if you're done cutting them.
And,
Some of the raw carrots.
from that, the conversation happening between these two in the distance, you actually notice that in whispers, they're in a full-on verbal fight. They aren't even paying attention to you at this point.
I'm gonna take these carrots.
Yeah, go ahead, grab those carrots.
Oh, I know that may sound ridiculous, but you never know what you might need. Something. I'm gonna take these carrots.
No, that's fine. I'm with you.
Go
Get
ahead.
someone's carrot.
Go ahead and put 4 chopped carrots into your inventory or just in your notes.
Is there any that aren't chopped?
No, all of them are chopped now.
Chop them all. Okay, I'll just scoop them all up then.
That's fine. And if you don't add them to your inventory, we know you have them.
I'm adding them right now.
At that point, the calculator stands up, looks around, and says, welcome to Benevolence. A lot of us are not going to know how to react or even work with all of you, but I want to say thank you. It's good to see new blood around here, and I look forward to see what legends we can build together. He holds his hand over and walking around to each one of you and clasping wrists with each one of you in a firm handshake, being a little gentle with Lux for obvious reasons, and being a little careful with Davrak for obvious reasons.
It's great to meet you, Calculator.
And at that,
Yeah, really good to meet you, calculator.
And at that point, he starts leaving. By the way, a moment of extra, holding and appreciation towards Renard in particular. You've definitely left a good impression on him as well.
Perhaps Granozan could walk you back to where you've come from? Granozan?
Yeah, I'd be willing to do that. You want somebody to escort you, Mr. Calculator?
No, you won't be able to keep up. He nods. I won't be holding on to a cart this time.
Very well.
If you insist.
As you sit there and look at him and his wispy, almost unkempt hair, he suddenly starts stretching his legs and then starts going into a full-on sprint. The thing that you notice, though, is not only is he sprinting, but you can see almost particles of water themselves almost wisping past him and pushing him ahead as he leaves.
So he just like flew out of here with water flying off him.
Correct. It seems like almost magic itself was
What the
dripping
hell?
off him as he started doing a full-on sprint.
Holy
Oh.
cow, that guy's
He's
fast
ready.
as hell and he sweats like crazy.
Anyway, I sleep up
impressive.
occultism potion.
A small little coy noise, what seems to be a caw of sorts, comes from Clyde, as you can even see Clyde looking a little surprised towards the door as he runs out. So at this point, all of you continue with your food. No need to go and visit the calculator tonight, and all of you bid each other a good farewell.
Hey,
At the
Renard,
end.
can I have a couple of those carrots?
I was just going to ask if I could feed your little critter a couple of those carrots.
Then yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to do it.
Hey, Jack, where's Lulu right now?
Not here. Off on their own.
Dang.
Yeah. Lulu will probably come visit at night. Probably sleeping somewhere in a tree.
Are there any mouse traps
No.
around? No? Oh, darn.
Mhm.
Okay.
Historically, your companion Lulu feeds themselves and hunts on their own.
Well, yeah, but everybody deserves a treat every now and again.
Well, as all of you continue your conversations and such, time passes on. Going into the nighttime, Vashana, inspired to try and find a item, I could see that you could go off and maybe see if somebody nearby in the nearby market might have something for Lulu, and we can just say that happens if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
To be clear,
Something
I've only given a little bit of carrots to this creature,
Okay.
and but I've still got carrots remaining.
Perfectly understood. Clyde
Yeah.
seems to, Clyde seems to be a little bit hesitant. In fact, Lux, you can feel the hesitancy through your bond with Clyde, almost as if it's looking to you for guidance. By the way, for gender's sake, should I use what pronoun for Clyde?
He.
He, okay. He looks in your direction, almost a little bit. The connection of eyes is, what should I do?
It's okay. Go ahead.
And at that phrase, you see Clyde immediately starts nibbling and chomping upon that. Renard,
That makes
very
me happy. Yeah, I like that. Do they eat anything you give them?
Kind of. He's a bit of an omnivore, mostly fruits and vegetables. But he'll eat a little bit of meat now and again. You just have to be a little careful with it because he's so light. He can't take really heavy, thick stuff.
Carrots are good for your eyesight. I'm telling him that.
I'm sure he appreciates it very much.
Clyde does send almost an emotional understanding to you of what's this fox doing here? But Clyde is accepting of it if you are. As the night goes on, all of you in your various forms start preparing for your first travel and your first task for the guild the next day. Other than your own karma rituals of each of you, is there anything that any of you need to do to prepare, or shall we proceed?
There is one thing. Remember when we talked about those specific herbal things that I'm supposed to
Yes,
have?
you are
You said they
correct.
were.
I will get those sent to you. They will be in your character sheet, or you will have two herbal things before they would be ever required. I'm going to focus on this, and I'll get those to you later. Okay?
Okay.
But for now, just assume you have two. You could even put them as two things. I'm going to send you a DM of what they're called. Okay?
Okay.
And that way, if you wish not to talk about them, then that's fine. Anyone else have any questions before you leave what will be Travar for the session?
Just a note for you, Jack. I can't find how to add more than one thing on the equipment page. So there's times
if
one.
you edit it by clicking on the name and or the edit page, there's an amount up above.
Amount up above.
It's one of the slots, or it should be.
You are correct.
Who picks up the stuff?
I did. I already took it.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay. All right. Now.
Hey, Jack, I'm getting an error from Foundry.
What's it say?
It's saying that I lack permission. Hold on, I lack permission to update item in parent actor.
What are you trying to do? What do you do to break it?
I'm not doing anything.
Okay, just
I've
checking.
been sitting here listening,
No
and
problem.
it just pops up.
I don't. Can you?
I got that too. Maybe that's me updating the items.
Maybe.
Mine did the same thing, so I think we all got.
Yeah,
Yep, it did it again.
There it is again.
Is that when you're editing it?
The item. No, I didn't do anything to the items that time.
Okay.
I did. I added chopped carrots to my inventory. Is that me?
Here's the thing. I'm looking on the server info, and it's not breaking anything. It's just an alert. So let's ignore the alert, and I'm sorry if it's going to be there. I can look into it after tonight's session.
Sounds good.
No problem. So, first things first, Renard, you have plenty of carrots. Is there anything that generally low cost or something that you would like to grab for adventuring that you feel you would ask them for before your first leaving of the session? I'm just curious.
Reviewing my inventory.
Yeah.
I feel like I have everything that I would travel with.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't, although what he said was ominous about, the kind of the landscape or the environment, I didn't get from him anything that really told me that what I would have that would be, or what I would get.
As a game master, the only thing that I would say he said that was important was about the Calyx's poultices that he provided you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, other than that, though, yeah, you are moving forward without too much information given by them. It's other than don't die, which, on a personal opinion, kind of sucks. You didn't get more, but that is what it is. Do you want to try and ask any questions of them before you leave?
I would ask if who would like to take care of these things here, and I refer to the potion and stuff.
You look down and notice that they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
I took the stuff.
Yeah, Davrak has those.
I'll carry stuff. I'm big. It's fine.
Okay.
You're gonna carry it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll carry stuff.
So, no one does. There is a moment later on in the night where no one walks up and, with the way that you asked your questions, Renard, no one, aka the compass, walks up and says, "All right. Well, any questions before I go to slumber?" She glances around.
Yeah. You got any spare paper or parchment I can use in case I need to make a map area?
Yeah. Go ahead and go ahead. She references and hikes a thumb over to him. Go ask the host. He'll be happy to help you. She rolls her eyes. That eventually leads to a circumstance where you get 4 more pieces of paper.
All right.
And also some writing chalk. In other words, it's basically a piece of charcoal that's very specific. She looks over at the rest. Any other questions or anything that I can help with? I don't know how you're feeling. I'd be nervous.
I need feed for Clyde. I don't think I have any food for him.
She hikes a thumb over towards the stables next door, and she says, anything you find in the storeroom near the front, you can grab. I don't know if it's what you're looking for, but I don't know what a Zoac eats. The conversation goes into vegetables or whatever you just said, and she grabs some carrots and fruit from the back as well and offers them to you for a bag. In fact, she just shrugs and says, I'll put them on the cart that you're going to be using. So you have varying food for about a week's worth of food for Clyde as a backup.
Are we to go on foot, or do we have mounts?
We have a cart.
Just a cart?
Yeah, I think it's a hand cart according to the calculator. He said he's carrying it here or dragging it with him.
Yes, I guess I didn't think of that.
Cart's outside, right?
It is. You walk out, and yes, it is a hand cart. The wheels are reinforced with iron, so that's good. But yeah, it is just an old buggy with 2 arm slots. What makes it even weirder is that they are wide. So it must have been very hard for him to actually pull the cart. He had to stretch his arms a little wider than could be. Almost a T-pose, if you will.
Does it look pretty heavy?
The cart itself has some supplies in it, but it moving it around, all of you except for Lux would be able to pull this if needed.
Okay.
Does it look like troll-sized, would you say?
You would comfortably be able to move this cart as a troll. In fact, with how wide the actual handles are, it's almost as if they anticipated you being here.
Yep, I got it.
Should I get extra rations?
All of you in the cart have been provided enough rations for a week and a half. Varying travel food, which is part of the agreement for these travels.
Okay, can I get extra rations myself to make it 2 weeks? Because you never know. You know, you always pack extra underwear, extra socks when you go traveling, just in case something happens. You know, you never know.
Do you?
As the compass hears that, she says no. One of the things you'll need to do is also learn how to manage yourselves on the way. She looks directly across to the table over at Granozan. Speaking from one to another, we can take care of our own.
I should be able to find something out there if there's anything worth finding.
So.
I might be able to help with that too.
Good. Might need your help. We'll see. Not exactly familiar with the Badlands, so, you know, we're going to figure it out as we go. We got this, right? Yeah.
Hopefully they're not that bad.
So, at this point, we can proceed.
I don't know if now's the time to like high five and chest bump. We're not leaving until tomorrow. I make it hard to sleep. Get too excited.
I'll lean over to Lux as they're doing that and go, "Is this camaraderie?"
Yeah, it's the start of some, I think. Do you like it?
I have not tried it yet, so I cannot attest to whether it is fun or not, but it does look quite entertaining.
Well, I think you'll like it the more you're around it. That's what I find is true.
So, as the night continues, all of you, camaraderie or not, find your ways to talk to each other, enjoy each other's company, and get to know each other. But eventually, time does come to sleep, and eventually you wake up. All of you, on time this time, gather together at the cart, and you're able to start looking at the directions as they were given.
Davrak starts stretching as everyone discusses directions.
On a sheet of paper, it says the following. And again, you can just always ask me questions for this. No need to write it down. To exit Travar on foot to the west via Industrial Drive. On the split of the road, take the northwest path. Take the next west path at Ungar's Split Rock. You assume this is where he meant go due west. About 1.5 2.5 days travel. When the grass is gone, you're in the Badlands. Follow the rocks, and the rock pillars will guide you. About half a day later, you'll see a stone bridge. Cross it to the west side, follow the banks north, and the camp is not far from the bridge. You remember in the conversation you talked about getting to Ungar's Split Rock was about a day's ride. So you're looking at about 2.5 days of travel.
And they gave us like a week and a half of
Yes.
rations.
A
So they
week
gave us
and a
plenty of food. Okay.
So, now, activating you to a new map.
I put my shield and my sword in the cart so that I'm not actively wearing them, and then I start pushing the cart.
All right. As you pull the cart, the party is here in Travar. As you follow the directions and you're about to leave the area, the first thing you notice is a group of individuals, what seem to be kids, are sitting around playing, and all of them stop and stare at you in the middle of the road as all of you start walking by.
You kids get out of the middle of the road now.
One
Sorry,
of them.
Jack, not to interrupt. I think we have 2 musics playing at once.
Oh, I can fix that. Sorry about it. I don't know why that didn't trick. There we go.
One like activated when you put this
Yeah, I
on.
don't know why it didn't trigger off. My bad.
That's fine.
Thank you. As as you start calling out to them and you look, it seems to be an orc, 2 humans, and a dwarf. All look up at you and start cheering and start clapping.
I start to cheer with them. I'm ready. Thank you. That's good.
I wave.
They all giggle, one of which openly looks at the Windling with awe. And one of them runs up to you, the orc, and says, Are you heroes?
Well, we try to be.
Maybe on the way back I will be.
Yes, we're heroes.
Today I seem to be cart pusher.
Then
Heroically cart pushing.
He's a pretty good hero at that.
As all of the kids cheer, they start following you just slightly, trying to entice questions or stories of your great heroic deeds as you push a cart through the streets in the budding morning, as all of the different stalls are getting set up in the market area that you find yourself moving through. Eventually, go on.
Now, kiddos, we are part of the fuel that is going to turn the Badlands around. We are going to help the people there turn it into something that can actually be used for once.
That's right. We'll call them the good lands when we're done.
At that, they all just stand there agape as you start walking away, as if they just saw the beginning of a legend themselves be born. They cheer and they run off ready to tell their friends about what they saw this morning. And as you...
Those are pretty bold claims. I mean, we're not really like participating in it. We're just delivering the goods.
I mean, that's why we're the fuel. We're not exactly like the work.
It's helpful.
As you exit the gates of Travar, seeing what seems to be a few other people, or as you approach the gates of Travar to leave, in line with other people as they're being just glanced at the people at the gates, the guards themselves, none of which you recognize, Granozan. A moment of reviewing all of the directions comes over as you hear someone neighboring a merchant nearby talking about the next great deal and how they're looking forward to going north to one of the Scrang locations near the Servos jungle to the north. That's quite a trek, to your knowledge. It's a pretty interesting morning for all of you, but eventually, you find yourself almost leaving and at the gates themselves when... Sorry, I'm looking something up. When one of the guards walks up, looks, and asks you, you guys look like an interesting sort. he seemed casual, not actually questioning you in his authority, and says, "What are you guys doing up to?" He shrugs, kind of curious.
On our way to the Badlands. Business of the guild.
He stops mid-phrase. "I see. Stay safe." You almost see him. That was not the phrase he was expecting. Go ahead and roll first impression.
These are cool looking dice.
You see his expression of almost shock turn to a little bit of admiration. "Your names?" He looks at each one of you.
Yours first.
Well, the dwarf grins. My name is Pukik. It's an ugly name, but it's one I have. I hold the guard here. Well, one of them. And you?
Renard.
Renard. I'll remember that. All of you, stay safe, and I hope to see you walk through these gates again. At that...
Oh, us two.
At that,
I'm sorry. If the cart stops, it's going to be a lot harder to get it started again. So I'm just going to roll through here. Sorry. Excuse me.
As you exit the western gates and travel to the first checkpoint in the directions, you walk alongside a traveling merchant mentioned before, and what turns out to be a very cautious caravan that seeks to keep to themselves. Each silently bid farewell to Travar behind you and start to follow the road. You see less of the cultivated lands and more of the telltale rugged terrain and cliffs that the area of the bustling city-state is known for. You venture forth into the unknown expanse beyond, grateful for the roads to allow a stable path for the wheels of your cart to chug along. Ahead...
And Clyde and I are riding on the cart, by the way.
Oh, God.
How busy is the road?
Honestly, the only ones that you see are you, the merchant, and the caravan. Everybody took the other path.
How close is that merchant still?
You all generally keep your own spaces. So close enough to shout at each other, but far enough that you're being kind of defensive in your natures.
Okay, because I was thinking I might want to stride up a little bit and ask about what he's peddling.
Oh. As you get up and approach, he's friendly enough, and he talks to you about how he's just carrying fabrics, specifically a few fabrics that he was tasked to deliver. There are some scrang up there that wanted a specific fabric from Travar that would be used in what seems to be some matrimony.
Very good. Let's see. Where are you headed with that?
To the I don't know the name of the place. I know where it is because I can't speak any of the damn long names, but it's for the clan of contention. The Scrangnial. I'm just to meet at one of the shore villages so that they can take it down below to their city.
Did you make these yourself?
No, not at all. I'm more a courier at this point. They hired me to go and do what I can. He shrugs a little bit. I personally happen to be a bit of a scholar. It's not much, but it allows me to move quickly on my own.
Could you tell us anything about the Badlands, scholar?
Huh? Never go there? Oh, Daft, you're serious.
Yes. What do you know of it?
Used to be beautiful lands before the Scourge, till the horrors ravaged it, till it was ragged, rocky lands. I've never been there myself, and I know very few who have. That said, the people who return are people who are respected.
Why is it so dangerous, do you think?
He looks and thinks off onto the sun. It's a good day, and he thinks, well, mostly because of the fact that the horrors themselves ravaged the land, tainted most of the creatures there, and it's almost a wasteland. And it's not unheard of for you to hear stories of going there and encountering horrors yourself.
Huh. So the
Vashana's
horrors are
head
still
kinda
living off of the Badlands, huh? That's
perks
odd.
up.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we won't be there long.
Hopefully. I'm still amazed you're going there by... Are you going there for a vacation? He chuckles at his obvious joke.
No, short paid job. Maybe not being paid enough.
Well, he shrugs. He says, well, I mean, it all depends. I mean, all I've got is rumors. I've never been there myself. He looks over. He says, but all of you stay safe. And,
I'll leave you to your business. Thank you.
oh, he just looks forward and starts walking.
While Renard was off chatting with the merchant, I try and get Granozan's attention. Hey, Granozan. Hey. You know him, right?
No. I haven't seen that one yet.
No, I mean, the guy on our side, that one.
Oh, yeah. I knew him from back in Newville.
I'm bad with names. I thought he said his name was Renard. Is that right? Because then earlier to the other guy, he said they said it differently.
I mean, that's what he calls himself now. He called himself a different name earlier. But just for now, call him Renard.
Renard. Okay.
Yeah, Renard.
Like I said, I'm just making sure. Because he said like Renoir. Is that an accent thing maybe, or?
I mean, it's easier for me to say Renard than Renoir.
Yeah, me too. Okay, I'm just making sure I heard that right. All right. Okay.
As when you return back, do you share any of the information you gained, Renard?
No, not unless they ask.
All right, got it.
Oh, Renard, our good friend, welcome back.
Just asking him if he knew anything about our present destination.
Did he?
No, all book smart. He hasn't been there himself.
Well, I guess we'll find out ourselves.
As you continue, you eventually reach the first fork in the road, and follow the directions west, which separates you from the other travelers as they take their different paths. A courteous farewell and a wish of good travels, and off you go. After a matter of minutes, the path shifts northward as the morning sun continues to rise. And as the travel continues for a few hours, you find yourself settling into traveling among the wilderness to the tune of the rolling set of wagon wheels. The rocky terrain starts to relinquish its biome to barren grasses and vigilant shrubs as the vegetation itself starts to reclaim the land from its stony counterparts. It's at this point the wagon slows a bit as Davrak squints to try and understand what he sees on the road a bit ahead. Davrak, roll awareness, please.
Or perception.
Perception, that's fine.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Let's go!
Let's go! You see what seems to be a flurry of something living up there on the road, moving around, but for some reason, you're either looking at it as if it's a mirage, or you imagine it's something that you desire greatly. What do you see on the road up there, sprawling about and moving about in the distance?
Oh, something that I desire greatly, huh?
Yeah, like if you just saw, it is something moving and or living. Go ahead and exclaim what you think you see.
Oh, gosh. What? Look, merchants! They're giving away free samples!
Suddenly, a shout breaks the silence as all of you are brought. Your attention is brought forward to what?
What?
Any responses other than curiosity?
I use my knowledge of trade routes to see what kind of merchants might they be.
Go ahead.
What are we seeing? Do we even see merchants?
You point.
Can we look at the thing?
So he points forward, and each one of you see what seems to be just a few animals, like playing in the middle of the road. Probably a good, like, let's just say 10, like 5 to 10 troll lengths ahead. Not just their animals up there.
I'll lean over to Lux and say, "Oh, do I not? Oh, we see that, correct?"
Yeah, all of you see something.
Okay. I'll lean over to Lux and say, "Has he already gone mad before we reach the Badlands?"
Mm-hmm.
I start rolling the cart faster to get to it.
Now hold on. Now wait a minute. Let's. Are we all seeing animals then?
Yeah, like other than him, who apparently sees free samples and merchants.
Hold up, hold on now.
They might run out if I'm not there fast enough.
I see no merchants. Slow your roll.
What do you do in response, Davrak?
I look again. Do I still see them there?
Davrak, you see whatever you think you see.
All right. Well, I respect you, but it's just a couple more steps, and then we'll be able to get some stuff. We could take it back to Travar and sell it for more money. Hold on. Just give me a second.
No, Davrak, stop! I mount Clyde.
Try a better expression. Tell him to hold his horses.
So,
well, I'm going to jump in the cart.
Good. You jump in the cart then. All right.
Yeah, just down first. That might get his attention because I don't weigh a whole lot, but I weigh enough to where it might stop him.
He continues without a problem. Between the cart and his strength is he's just continuing forward.
Can we fly in front of him to distract him?
Yes. Davrak, do you allow yourself to be distracted, or are you going full bore?
I probably could be distracted, as
Okay.
I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, I'm not like magically enchanted or anything. So
No.
I'm just trying to get at some free samples before they get taken.
Go ahead.
Davrak,
Lex.
slow down there, buddy. Slow down.
Oh,
You-
should I leave
You're
the
running
cart?
at something.
Mhm.
No,
Yeah.
just stop.
Meanwhile, Granozan, go ahead and roll creature analysis. I'm perfectly fine with that, and figure out how many questions you want to ask.
I'm gonna
All right.
jump out of this cart if he stops.
Okay. So as all of this is playing out, I have to do math. Give me a second. You are allowed 4 questions of the 3 creatures you see off in the distance. With this, I'm even giving you a more detailed description. They seem to be some sort of large creatures, somewhat looking at the size of a large cat or medium dog. You do notice that they're not playing. 2 of these creatures, which are, even the more you look at them, they might be large, awkward possums, are actually devouring and trying to attack the other one as it's trying to defend itself. So they're attacking their own kind in the distance. What questions would you like to ask?
Huh. What's its armor, or physical armor?
Physical armor 4.
Okay. What about its physical defense?
10.
Mystic defense?
6.
And just a general, does it seem like something that we could take on?
third circle.
Or is that 2
each?
Uh-oh. Davrak, I don't know what's going on with the merchants you're talking about, but those things over there are vicious like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, I know. I've dealt with them for good merchants in my time. Don't worry about it. I can handle it.
I mean, I don't think you could. I
I don't know what you guys are. Fine. Okay, I'll leave the cart, and then I'll just go myself. Just leave the cart here and stay with it. Give me like 10 minutes, okay?
How far away are these things exactly?
Right. He's gotten some rush, but all of you can clearly see that they're creatures that are going around each other, though you do not know that they're fighting as well, because you've been distracted by Davrak. But let's just say a good let's just say about 50 yards. Let's just throw 50 yards out here. You are at a far distance, and you are not in their attention.
I'm gonna try. Wait, Davrak. Let's try and get the merchants on more favorable terms. Why don't you try and call them over here without going to them?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like the cut of your jib. Hey, fellas! Why don't you come over here? I'd like to have a talk with you.
The moment that you scream out, all 3 of the creatures go and look at you. And as soon as they look at you, you see them for what they really are.
I'm like waving. What?
At which point, during this distraction, the one that was injured starts sprinting off onto the distance off the road. The other 2, finding their prey, running away, start chasing after him. Off into the distance.
Did the merchants like fall over? I like crane my neck to try and see.
I think those things chase them off. Like I said, those things are pretty damn vicious. We're just going to leave the merchants to run off after them.
Sold out. They sold out. That guy's got the last one.
Damn it. I told you this would happen.
Yeah, we were too slow. Sorry we slowed you up.
As
I take the cart back, but I'm in a bad mood now.
I'll lean over. Is Lux near me?
Uh-huh.
I'll lean over to Lux and say, "Why are they lying to him?"
It's just easier than trying to get him to see the truth.
Isn't that counterproductive?
It depends on what you mean by productive. It gets him moving a lot faster than trying to explain it, I think, would.
Right, but if we explain it, maybe that might make him a bit more aware next time. I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Isn't that high at the best of times.
We should help him with that.
Explain it to him if you like. The truth is a difficult thing to explain.
It's a good thing my hearing's bad. I announce.
Vashana, as you're looking off at the creatures running off in the distance, a little twinge in the back of your mind suddenly hits. You've heard stories about those types of creatures. You may have dodged a pretty bad situation. And as you watch them run off, you see that they're actually what seems to be moving stalks of tea. They are not what you saw before.
Huh. Can I roll? Would knowledge wild animals be?
Go ahead. And in fact, if anyone has knowledge regarding to creatures, horrors, or animals, go ahead.
All right.
I'm gonna roll horror lore this time.
Gotcha.
I won't be rolling this one because I'm still convinced.
That's fine. So. All right. Granozan, I just want to say, whatever you think they are, they are.
Those were some messed up possums.
There you go.
I don't know what the Badlands is doing to them, but yeah, we got it bad.
Vashana, with your multiple successes, I will give you this knowledge. First, what is the question you would like to ask? I will give you a piece of info above that.
What makes them change like that?
There is a story about certain horror constructs that essentially give you false pleasure to intensify pain. There is nothing more terrifying than getting killed by something you love.
I take out a little notebook and I start writing.
As anyone else, by the way, Granozan will just say whatever you want. That is perfectly fine. But
I mean, like I said, those possums. I'm pretty sure one was trying to eat the other one alive as the other one was fighting it off. So, yeah, it ain't normal.
as your party travels along the path leading north of the rugged lands of Travar, you appreciate the weather as the sun comfortably rolls its rays upon each of you. The hustle of the city is behind you, and your skin feels the caress of the winds as if they're pushing you ahead to your legacy's beginning. But as the day nears its end, a sense of ancient stillness blankets the terrain. Give me a moment. As in the distance, you can see the looming silhouette of the Obsidian life rock as it emerges from the horizon like a silent sentinel of forgotten times. The location nicknamed and called Ugnar's Split Rock. Its smooth and polished edges rise stoically against the backdrop of this fading daylight. The alien rock does have a feature that makes it even more striking and unusual, as you can see it splintered right down the middle. One can only assume by tragedy that this happened. A remnant reminder of the pain of the scourge or scars of the war before them. Both giant halves of the obsidian stone colossus cut into the sky and cast elongated shadows that stretch across the barren landscape. The air carries a faint echo of whispers, as if the life rock itself yearns to recount the tales of bygone eras. As you all draw near, the dormant monolith's presence becomes palpable, evoking a mixture of awe and reverence among not only you, but other traveler camps who are camping nearby. This landmark is truly a testament to the enduring power of the earth. It's approaching the end of the day, and many of you do gather together at one of what seems to be a circle of stones where campsites have been made around this location. There are 3 other adventuring groups, or what seem to be adventuring groups nearby, all using different campsites that are separated for your own safety, but still close enough for protection as a group. You have reached your first milestone or mark for the end of your first day, as it goes into nighttime. Granozan, would you be willing to, anyone who has wilderness survival, or, yes, wilderness survival may roll it now to see if they get any materials or anything to help gather for the night. And
okay.
Other than that, you now have your first landmark found. So, I do find it funny that you guys have 3 wilderness survivals. So, difficulty-wise, the difficulty was 6. For every success 6 or above, you can have a day's worth of food or another material that seems to be good for you as well. So, Granozan, you're able to get 3 different collections of food for 3 people, or even for the animals or something. Lux, I'll even let you go for finding herbs nearby if you didn't want to get food for your mount. And Renard, well, you found sticks.
All right.
I can carve these.
There you go.
Silver lining.
As all of you are preparing and coming back to camp, you see something unusual to all of you. Vashana is sitting there, and on a log next to her is what seems to be an owl that Vashana is almost just casually speaking to and petting Vashana, you notice them walking up to you as this is happening. If you wish to make an introduction.
Oh, everyone, please meet my very best friend, Lulu, as I very gracefully and theatrically kind of wave my hand around her.
Hello, Lulu.
Hi, Lulu. I didn't know that you had a bird too.
Oh yes, she is very sweet. And my very best friend. Yes, you are. Yes, yes, you are, as I scritch under her beak.
So have we never noticed this? This is the first time that we're seeing this animal.
Yep. Lulu, Lulu may have been nearby or whatnot, but Lulu was not actually part of the travels. Lulu just came here at night. So just arrived.
Okay.
Nothing to notice.
Okay.
So did Lulu know you were coming here, or?
Oh, Lulu follows.
Oh, okay.
As I said, she has been my very best friend for a very long time.
So, as the conversation goes on, what seems to be a collection of everybody coming together, is there anything that you each want? Is there anything in particular you want to do that you want to make note of before I proceed?
You said I could find up to 3 days worth of food, or
3 people. It's enough to support 3 people, like 1 person for 3 days or whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah. So, just letting you know, if there's anything you want particularly other than food, let me know.
I'd like to do a quick 2-hour mini painting of the Life Rock.
Oh, okay. So, as you start working on your painting and such, one of the other groups has an orc start walking and approaching the camp, hands held up in a gesture of good faith. Hi. He seems tense, but curious.
I'm going to approach him.
You walk up to him. First thing you notice is he's heavily armored, mostly decked out in what seems to be decorated leather. The other thing you notice is he's bandaged up quite a bit. You actually notice his arm, despite him holding it up in a faith of good gesture, you think it's splinted. So that might be a broken bone. He looks at you.
Gonna hide behind him.
He looks at you and he tries his best to give a toothy grin, his tusks coming up. Hi, we're wondering if my friends and I are wondering if you have anything to share for people on bad times.
Can I roll an awareness or something else to see if he is being if that splint is actually real? Is he actually hurt, or is he just trying to pull a fast one?
Gotcha. Go ahead and roll awareness on that. Actually, yeah, go ahead and roll awareness. In the meantime, Renard, how do you respond while that's happening?
I can roll a karma with this, correct?
No, awareness is not one of your discipline talents.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'll update that soon. Renard, how do you respond?
I turned to my party. Would anyone mind if he sat down with us for a meal?
I think he means it's more than just him. He said party.
He nods. Anything. It's just we've only 3 of us survived. He kind of shifts his hand to go a thumb in the back direction, pointing towards the campfire that's stoked up. Over there, you don't see anyone sitting up. You see 2 people in the distance in bedrolls. Or on
I think I could manage a few things. I'd be willing to give him 3 or 4 days rations
since we're not going to be using a week and a half's worth.
Okay.
So to be clear, you don't have any money. It's not like a have money, don't have goods kind of thing. You don't have any money.
Oh, he actually blinks. No, we would actually be willing to pay.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, great. I've got stuff for you then.
Yeah, no, money don't help the dead.
Would like to help, but my portions are really small.
He chuckles and nods. Understood, small one. So at that point, the exchange, he says, would you mind helping by carrying him over? He loses a bit of his bravado as he brings his arm down towards his body. He says, when you come, you'll understand. And
yeah. I put my painting supplies down.
So as all of you start, however many bring over to their camp.
I'll go there too.
Yeah.
I was saying, like 3 days rations. He needs help carrying like a small amount of rations.
Well, his arm, as he lowered his left arm, you started seeing him wincing and losing the bravado. He was holding up a broken arm just to show good faith.
Okay, so he's not okay.
He is not well.
Okay.
In fact, after he does that, when you start getting closer to look at him towards an actual campfire, you see he is pale, probably due to blood loss. As you approach his two friends, he's the best of the three. One of them's missing an arm from a new wound, and the other one's obviously had a gash that's healing across his face, possibly blinding him. They are ripe for the picking, and they are pretty much, you can tell that just by looking around. They've been here for days. He looks up, and as soon as you mention that you start bringing the food over, he does what he can with one hand to gently help the others start feeding them and such. And you notice that he doesn't give them a large portion, just a small, probably to ration it for a long time.
Are they in need of medical assistance that we feel we might be able to provide, or that one of us just basic stuff?
He looks up. If you're asking this generally, yes, it looks like they definitely need help. They need help of any semblance. They are trying to survive after obviously having a horrible, harrowing fight of some form.
Can I make a
Go ahead.
Can I make a physician's check to tend to them?
As you approach them, first they seem disarmed a little bit because of the fact that A, you're getting close, but B, you're also a Windling. So they're like, like he's not even using words. He's just like looking at you questioningly. Like, he seems protective over his friend.
It's okay. I can help.
He releases the tension a little bit. How?
Well, I know a little bit about medicine. Is it okay if I take a look?
His face lights up. Yes, please. And at that point, he allows you to proceed, reassuring them, speaking in their own language, to reassure and let his friend know what to expect.
So what happened to you?
Go ahead and roll your physician. Vashana, after having a good glance at all of them in the light, the darkness made it complicated, but after looking at all of them, generally speaking, they obviously seem, this is legit, hard legit.
I will begin making each of them tea then.
All right.
And I will make a blend based on what I feel they need on their, wounds and stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
Tea stuff.
Lux, you know a lot of this stuff is way beyond what you're trying to do right now. It would take you a long time for you to assist them. You could, but it would possibly put you on a delay for your own tasks. If that would be for your party to decide. But you could help them, but it may take a full day to do so. This is in relation to how low you rolled at this point.
Yeah. I don't know why my rolls are being terrible.
So,
Okay, there's not a whole lot I can do, but I'll still try and make them comfortable, make sure stuff is clean. I don't really have a lot of kit to do anything with, but
yeah. You help them and even give them guidance. They didn't know much about first aid at all. It turns out the one who would know was the one that perished. And through this conversation, it's responding to you, Renard, when you asked what happened. And he looked up and he says, we were ambushed. We were off over on the river, and then we got hit by some foxfish. They just jumped up onto the shore and just started attacking us. We didn't see it coming. Before we knew it, our friend was dragged under. And
I obviously don't know what foxfish are. When I look at my companions, do they look like anybody? They know what those are?
If anyone wishes to roll, it is irrelevant to anything animal-like. If you want to roll,
okay.
By the way, if you did not know this, novice, anything related to like animal / creature lore, you can half magic if you don't want to use anything else.
Sounds good.
All right. Renard, foxfish, you do know. You've heard stories about them hunting in packs. The best way to say is some people call them the wolves of the water. They come out, and Alpha leads the attack, and they turn around and try to do what they can to pull their targets under, and if not, pull whatever parts of the bodies they can under. They are heavily carnivorous fish who somehow, one of the things that has been found is they get sick if they consume other fish, so they have to hunt by land.
I see. Is there anyone that we could contact for you that could help you back to wherever it is you're going?
They all look over and they say, well, it's down to Travar. But are you going that way?
If all goes well for us, we should be back there within 4 or 5 days' time.
He nods and he says, okay. Yes, if that's the way, yeah. He explains a friend of his who runs a business off on the east part. Granozan immediately jumps in and fills in some gaps, as this seems to be a part of the town that he's very aware of. And after some note-taking and such, you have a contact to go and give them an update. They just want to let them know that they are there, and that even a few last thoughts of, it seems to be a family member. I love you very much. Even some final words if they don't make it.
I mean, if you do last a couple days, we might be coming back this exact direction with a potentially empty cart. So,
right.
His face lights up at that. You'd be willing to help us?
You'd be potentially able to escort you back
for a coin.
Mm-hmm. And they all nod, and he says, "Oh, right, the coin." At which point he goes into his pouches, looks up. How much would you like? At this point, the question is, do you want generally the average cost, or do you want to try and have a premium?
Let's not negotiate that here. Perhaps on our way back.
He looks and says,
"How much for a ration?"
The rations, the food.
Yeah, what does a ration typically go for?
Week's worth, I think, is 10. I'll double check that. But yeah, the question is, do you want to go standard price or try to get a premium? That's my question, and I'll tell you how much he gives you.
I guess Renard doesn't want to go premium, so just standard. Here, I'll throw in the rest of the week for my personal, and just give us the 10 for now.
All right. So You go ahead, and you can almost tell the pure appreciation from him. By the way, I'm sorry. You now, as a group, gain 25 silver from them for a
That's
week's
what
worth
we
of
agreed
rations.
to, but I won't argue.
Yeah, no, that's what they're paying for. So, at that point, they are appreciative, and then the rest of the night seems to be going well. Various times, you might want to consider checking on them during camp, but that seems to be the way that it works. So night falls.
I pass out 5 silver to anyone who'll take it.
I'll take 5 silver.
Yeah, I'm good for
I'll
now.
go too.
All right.
Oh, the map's different.
Yep. During the all right, there we go. I'm just asking this generally. How do you want to split up the watches for the night? Do you do 3 watches? Do you split it up into 5? What are your general thoughts?
I think we should split it up into 5 just so we get the most out of our rest.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yeah,
The assumption that everyone trusts everyone else equally.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
All right. So,
Oh gosh.
generally speaking, the various different watches go just fine. The only one that catches anyone off guard is that during the 4th watch, a large howl comes off in the distance, followed by many more. All of you wake up, get cautious, even keep an eye on the other camps as all of you are watching over each other in their various distances. But then nothing happens. All of you've managed to get back to sleep, or not, but it eventually does lead into the morning. Anywho, nothing much to do there, and here you are saying farewell to the others. You start getting ready to leave. Many of you do your morning rituals and such. If you wanted to know if you had damage on you or if you spent karma, this would be the point you would click the New Day button on your character sheets. Got it?
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Did one of you do a recovery test? Please make sure.
I clicked the New Day button on the character sheet.
Yeah, you might actually have damage from a previous test. Make sure that you're clear.
I had one from a strain from the creature awareness or analysis.
Gotcha. Okay. As your party ventures westward through the desolate barrens north of Travar, the landscape stretches out before you like a vast, unforgiving expanse. The terrain, sparse and rocky, offers little respite from the sun relenting above today, its heat beating down on you like a heavy cloak. To the distance north, you start to see hints of grassland and more lush vegetation. But as you march onward in silence, each step kicking up small clouds of dirt and dust, the rhythmic sound of your footfalls and the rattling of the wagon wheels are the only accompaniment to what turns out to be the eerie stillness of the wilderness. The air is heavy with the scent of dry earth and sagebrush, a stark contrast to the vibrant life that thrives just a day's travel north. Suddenly, as if to shatter the oppressive silence that hangs over your group, the voice of a member of your party breaks through the monotony, asking a question out loud that was on their mind.
Where does everybody get their tea here?
You mean in the Badlands?
Yes.
I assume they have it shipped in. Like people like us, I suppose.
I just don't think many people live here.
Yeah, I don't think
Terrible for
live
them.
here.
Mhm.
I mean, unless you're going to boil some sage.
So-
Water must be terribly hard to come by. Especially if it's full of fish that want to eat you.
As your party travels westward into the treacherous Badlands, the air grows thick with a deep, oppressive tension. There we go.
Anyone else feeling a deep, oppressive tension right now?
I was just starting to feel it myself, yes.
All right, good. Just made to make sure it wasn't just me.
I'm kind of at the base of my spine. It seems to be just, ugh.
It's deeper than I thought it would be.
It's as if the land
You're right,
itself...
deeper, but I felt more tense, but the deepness, jeez.
All right, I need to have an aside. God, this is fucking fun with you guys. Sorry, I needed to get that out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we take a quick break?
No problem. If we need to take a break, now is a time.
Before we get into anything, I have a puppy problem, so hold on just a sec.
That's fine.
Joey's got to go stretch and get rid of that deep, oppressive tension.
I will take this time to now apologize and realize that we did go an hour back without me ever noticing since Thursday.
That explains it. Yeah, sorry about that. It's fine. We managed to work it out. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, but
Granozan got a fun new character trait of being late.
I'll be right back.
Damn sergeants keep me after hours for no reason whatsoever.
So, as we're waiting on Joy, if anyone needs to do a quick stretch or whatnot, feel free. I'm going to actually say hi, everybody in chat. That's all I'm saying to you guys. You're now ignored again. Dude, okay, so...
Hey, Pat, Grandson says hello.
DP, I do want to share this. Have you been glancing at chat at all tonight? I assume not?
Yes.
Okay, because those carrots, man. Those carrots.
No, well, they're gonna. I just wrote that it's gonna come in handy at some point. I just felt it as soon as I don't know. As soon as you start talking about them, I was like, I'm gonna want to
step away for a minute.
Gonna want to get some.
Yeah, I was just like, I put carrots on this map. I may as well use them somehow. That said, I look forward to so many ways to seeing how carrots get used in this campaign now. What do we do here?
I'm gonna I'll step aside for just a second. Use the bathroom.
Go ahead and stretch. So now it's me, and I think it's... Who else? I think everyone's stepping away. Yeah. All right, chat, how are you guys enjoying yourselves? Also, thank you for all the kindness. Legit, you guys are appreciated and such. I do want to say, again, there are many people here who are part of this. While I am very grateful for your support here, please throw your support in their direction as well. They are just as awesome and such like that. So, you're having a lot of fun? Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, some of these things, like, one of the things I will say is I have been nervous, but not, is as you can tell, I've been putting a lot of effort into writing actual, like, little things to read and such. I just... I fucking love stories.
We appreciate the amount of work you're putting into this, Jack.
Thank you, but no, the part I'm nervous about is like, okay, so you know how I've been working on Pompous and Celine, and its tone has been retro games, which is essentially bad localization from Japan in the 90s. Like, there's no way you can make that sound great while not making it sound great. You kind of hold yourself back for a lot. So to be able to just kind of write freely has been a lot of fun.
Nice.
Yeah. So, what
I'm
welcome back.
Thank you.
Let's see. We've got Sivan, who I just remembered we need more breaks because poor Sivan has, like, historically a need to go to the bathroom often. We often had like an almost hourly break with Earthdawn before. Now that I think about it.
Oh yeah, to be fair, so do I. I drink so much water these days.
Oh really?
It's
Okay.
like every 5 minutes, it's like I have to pee. I mean, this time it was me and the dog at the same time, so we got a twofer.
Nice, a twofer. So now, let's see. When Sivan gets back, I'll continue with us going into the Badlands. Looking at time, I'm glad we started early. Even though, we didn't start like right on 7, just the earliness means that this is going to go a bit more comfortably. Let's see where we go with this. Actually, here is something I didn't say earlier. You may have noticed a tab at the bottom of the screen called GM screen. Do you see that?
No, just player screen.
Player
No.
screen.
Oh, it says player screen instead? That's
Yeah.
neat.
Yeah.
There should be a tab that says common. And if you open it up, these are some common tables and such. So if you ever wanted to get a glance at certain things, I just put these together to help out. And speaking of which, I just figured, hey, I never talked about that. So I was just sharing that in case you care. So, yeah, just a neat little thing.
Okay, I have returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So, I'm going to restate the phrase that brought us all so much joy. As your party travels westward into the treacherous Badlands, the air grows thick with a deep, oppressive tension, as if the land itself holds its breath in anticipation of your arrival. Towering rock formations rise like ancient guardians, their jagged peaks cutting into the sky like the teeth of some slumbering behemoth. The sun, obscured by a veil of swirling dust, casts an eerie crimson glow across the desolate landscape, painting the world in hues of blood and ash. Here, even at the edges of the Badlands, danger lurks behind every shadow, and rumors suggest the whispers of forgotten spirits echoing throughout the canyons, a haunting reminder of the land's turbulent past. As you press onward into the unknown, the very ground beneath your feet seems to tremble with the weight of mysteries long since forgotten, beckoning you forth into a realm where legends are born and heroes are forged. Despite this backdrop, you still manage to see more of the stone pillars that they mention in the directions leading the way. These odd little, almost dwarf tall pillars of stone seem to just simply erect upwards, unnaturally, even though every ounce of them seems natural as you observe them. And where you are standing next to one, you can see off in the distance another one erected, as if they were put there as markers for people to follow.
How far apart?
I don't know the exact range, but long enough so that if you're standing at one, you can look off into the distance, and it would be difficult to see them with a fog of sorts and in the sands, but it's just enough where you can walk to the next one. I don't know the best way to say the distance, but if you were walking through the snow and you had those spikes in the ground in the snow that have the flags that you have to follow in the distance, that type of effect.
Okay.
So, long enough that it would be very challenging for you to shoot an arrow or throw a rock between them. But
Okay.
maybe 60 yards to 70 yards each. So
Okay.
quite a few.
That answers my question. Yeah, I was thinking football field length or half that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, I'll just throw out my favorite measurement, about 10 troll lengths each. So, they eventually lead you and the queasiness in your stomach to a river. And it's in there that you find another unnaturally formed object, catching even your eye more than most, Renard. A bridge seems to be molded from the natural stone itself, leading from one cliff's edge to the other, providing a wide path to travel above the river that you can see running at least a troll length below. Do you take any time to observe this as you're passing over and towards it?
We're going to inspect that bridge before anyone gets on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to use awareness on that bridge.
Yeah, we're not getting on that bridge and looking down. We're looking. I'm looking at that bridge very carefully first.
No
Davrak
problem.
proceeds towards the bridge.
Renard, due to backstory reasons, I'm asking you to add 3 steps to whatever roll you're choosing to use.
Okay. I think that would be probably just perception.
Okay. All right. All of you observe the bridge, and it seems to be made stable. It's not stones put together. It is a solid piece of rock. It is the best way to say it is this thing looks like someone molded it as a rock wall, straight and smooth. I mean, it has some. It's not smooth like slippery. It's just. It's almost like a single piece of marble is the best way to describe it. Renard, specifically in your case, this thing should not exist. It just doesn't look right. It's not that it's ugly or uneasing. It's just the fact that there's no way that a bridge maker could make something this right.
It is made out of stone, though.
It is a solid
Stone.
piece of stone that is nice and thick and would be able to probably hold all of your weights 3 times, all standing on it.
Okay.
It is as if you're walking on solid ground. It just happens to go above water.
Renard, what is the anatomy of this bridge?
Stone is the anatomy, and it's unnatural, I'll tell you that. Not that stone isn't unnatural, stone's pretty natural, but a big slab like this used to cross a river's pretty unnatural. Plus, I don't see a lot of it around here in the landscape. How it got here and who put it here, that's on my mind right now. Look at this. Look at... It's got to hold at least 3 of us each a piece. I'm not sure how they constructed it.
All right,
So
sounds stable. Let's go.
3 of us individually and 6 of Lux, or 3 of her 2?
Well, I don't know how much the Windling weighs.
Well, technically,
We already
she
met the
would fly
calculator.
over
He
the
ain't here.
bridge. So she wouldn't provide any weight onto the base itself.
I suppose
Semantics, anyway.
Davrak, as Renard is sharing his verbose knowledge, he just starts pointing at things that are making it even more impressive. And you notice that he points to 4 different pillars of those stone little pillars on all 4 points of the bridge itself. So on the other side there are 2, on this side there's 2.
There's the anatomy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going across the bridge.
You move across the bridge without incident.
What are y'all waiting around for? We can talk about the bridge later.
Well, it's not so much the bridge that I'm worried about. It's these foxfish, the ambush, if you recall. What's in this river?
As you're looking down at the river, it definitely isn't clear. It seems to be almost, it's not thick, but you can definitely see it kind of muddied and intermingled with the ash that's been going throughout the air. In fact, there's something peculiar about it as you see wind pushing ash up from the water, seemingly dry. So it's peculiar to say the least.
Okay, I don't like the look of the river. We need to be especially on guard here.
Everyone be on guard of these foxfish.
So
We don't want to be ambushed like that other crew.
It's a good point. Can I use awareness to just, keep an eye out for him?
I'll say that all of you are being exceptionally aware, and when something is relevant to it, we will roll awareness in case. Okay?
All right.
So as all of you are talking, this is the point where you would go north along the river. However, as you turn north from your shouting, you actually see what seems to be a tall moving pillar itself. Actually, the one you were expecting to the north, it's way taller than you expected. In fact, it's moving.
That's weird.
It's supposed to be moving.
And after an initial weirdness of it, suddenly the rock raises one arm. You realize it's an Obsidian walking towards you.
Oh.
Oh, well, that makes more sense then.
On the bridge.
From the north bank, on the west side, the far side, walking along the water towards you, there's now an Obsidian walking towards you. He raises his arm, and his skin is almost around the same tones as many of the rocks nearby, which is what led to the misunderstanding. Almost whitish color to the tone of his skin. You do see him having some sort of a shroud along the top of his head, which almost gives the impression of long hair, even though you can tell, like many Obsidian, he's bald. He's walking bare-chested towards you with trousers on, seemingly in a patient, non-rushed pace. He calls out from the distance, but you don't necessarily understand him. It's not because he's not shouting or calling out. It's just you didn't understand it over what seems to be the wind. Do you wait for him approach? How do you respond?
I'd like to raise my hand, at least to sort of hail him peacefully, if that's a thing.
Okay. You see him visibly nod. He lowers his hand and starts doing a light jog in your direction. And as he gets closer, he calls out, "Hail!" He says,
I wave enthusiastically.
I look up at the sky to see if it's starting to hail.
Hail.
Hey there.
He gets he stops just at a point where he can talk, or at least talk across the way. And he just waits and says, "Are you friend?" He seems suspicious, but not.
Probably.
I mean, I'm a friend to boast.
I want to roll for good first impression. I'm going to smile and wave and nod and approach him.
Got it. Go ahead.
You'll need to cross the bridge first.
Well, all of you are at the west end at this point.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought we crossed already.
Yes, this is the west side. You did cross.
Okay.
And as a note, he is approaching from the north on this side.
It's not great.
He's still, you don't know if you made a good first impression on him, but he doesn't seem to be necessarily it didn't do anything poor to him either.
The mask. I'm going to lift the mask up. He's probably like, oh, what is he didn't see me smile. I forgot that I was wearing it.
Mm-hmm. As he gets closer, he turns around, or no, he says, "Okay, friend." He walks forward. What brings you into danger?
We have the unfortunate job of going into the Badlands for a task, a paid task.
Delivery.
From Travar.
He looks. From who? He looks hopeful, not suspicious, a little more casual in his question now.
I don't know what would we say about the guild being responsible for that? Is the
name of the guild as a whole, the entire blanket name is Benevolence, and there are 3 companies underneath, but Benevolence would probably be proper.
Would be what we would probably refer to it.
A task from the Benevolence.
He lets out a large smile. Oh, come, I'll bring you back to camp. I am Tumga, and you can all rest. We are friends.
Good to meet you, Tumga.
Yes.
Thank you.
He walks over. He looks over at Davrak, and he says, "May I?" And he starts walking directly to the cart.
Oh, you know what? I am perfectly fine with this. Not even broken a sweat yet today, so I will follow.
He nods and then just starts turning around and walking ahead. Then, his obvious intent was to help. As he walks, he waves a hand forward as if come up next to him if possible. And he, after you catch up or you're all moving together, he says, "You've caught us at an unusual time. One of us is missing." And as he's walking, points up to a hill up ahead. That is our camp. It's up there. And he looks over as if waiting for a response to his note earlier.
Oh?
Missing, huh? How long ago you go missing?
Last night.
I might be able to figure out where he went.
He looks. Merck would appreciate that. We all are trying to figure out how to go and not go. It's a disaster. It's his son. And as he walks you north to Merck's Rest, he asks a few basic details of what are in the supplies and such. He says he's asking them now before you all arrive because it is the last thing on Merck's mind is to how to survive right now.
This is our guy.
This is one of your guys, yes.
Merck is the only name we were given, but this guy seems to be part of this group.
Yep.
Okay.
So, give me a moment as I do a thing. Do.
I don't know why that change scared me so much.
I'll give you a warning in the future. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. Many of us fear change.
I met Change. He's a pretty frightening fella.
So, as you approach, before I go on, technically it all worked. You can see the map, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Wanted to be sure. That kind of matters. By the way, Lux, I assume you are walking with Clyde or on Clyde?
Oh, we're on the cart.
Okay. So, as all of you approach the camp from the south, and we'll just assume the cart's right off the edge, you look around at what seems to be 2 large circular tents of sorts, like actual pole tents, with peaked centers. Off to the right, you can see some actual tents that they seem to be sleeping in, and there seems to be a various amount of rocks and pillars to create an almost defensive encampment around all the edges. On the ground, you see only stones and rocks. Makeshift bags of what seems to be sands and such work as defenses, and you see various pillars that have light quartzes stuck in them to provide ambience and such around. You're on an elevated cliff up above, looking out about, and there's one thing that is strikingly unusual about everything here that you can see. A singular sapling of a tree is starting to sprout in this lifeless, deserted land. Nearby, you can see what, Tumgod, you're down here. Sorry, buddy. Nearby, you can see 3 other members of the camp looking over on over the cliffs off to the west. What seems to be a orc, a human, and a dwarf, who, from your description before, would probably be Merck, as was described. Tumga starts pointing out and just starts walking without introductions towards them. If assumingly the cart will be brought where it needs to be, but how do you all start this approach? How do you approach this circumstance?
Tumga, can I just get your... I pull out a copy of the contract. Can you guys get your signature here that you got the goods?
He looks back and says, "That's for Merck. Merck would do that."
Oh, I assumed, but you said he was busy, so okay, that's fine. I'll get it from Merck. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yes. He starts walking towards the others, trying to get what seems to be an update.
Damn it.
Do all of you...
I was hoping we could just go, but now I can notice here it says assist if needed, and I'm going to presume that we're needed.
Mm-hmm. Do any
Follow him.
Okay, so all of you can follow generally. Right now, let's just assume you have all the needs. Just move where you want to move. And this is assuming that you're walking up as they're discussing. And at one moment, it looks like Lux was sitting on Granozan's shoulder. It's fine. So, as you approach up, Merck is seemingly in a distracted, looking off in the distance kind of demeanor, almost in a daze. The human nearby is quiet as well, while the orc, the female orc, is just shouting at him. "What do you mean you don't want to act? What do you mean you don't want to actually go out there and look for him? We can't. We don't have the ability to look. It's Peter would be the one to look for himself. If only we had our damn supplies, it'd be fine. Peter didn't need to go out." Well, and at this point, Tumga says, "Huh." At which point they both turn around and see all of you.
Greetings.
Friendly wave.
Merck just shrugs, looks up at her, and says, "See, things will work out." He walks up. Supplies, I assume?
Yes, sign here, please.
Very astute, yeah.
Merck looks up, shrugs, and takes the paper and just starts looking around. He says, "We'll sign this later at the table. It will be signed." Actually, he takes the paper and looks at it, and then he gets a large, wide grin. Shell. Opportunity grins on us. Shell, show him in the general direction where Peter went. That you all will be able to find him. That's your test that you're going to assist with. He then grins and says, "I'll talk to you later. I'll go over and sign this when the task has been completed." And then, without even paying attention to all of you, he starts walking back towards the camp. Or towards the tent. The human still looks over the edge. Tumga just simply shakes his head. And the orc named Shell walks up. "So, which one of you are an adept?"
Raise hand.
I raise my
Raise
hand.
hand.
Raised his hand.
That's our way of saying all of us, I guess.
She
Or Renard didn't raise his hand.
She blinks and steps back. All of you?
Uh-huh.
I suppose.
Tumga just chuckles. Young one. What's the updates? There are no updates. He's out there and we don't know where. Well, I mean, maybe, but not. She looks over. I'm sorry. My name is Shell. I'm worried about my brother. He went out searching for any food to scavenge for us last night, and he was supposed to come back an hour later, and he hasn't been back since then.
Well, you're in luck, Shell. You happen to have one of the greatest dwarven scouts with us, Granozan.
Yeah, it's me. It's what I'm good for. At least that's what they tell me.
Which way did your brother go?
She takes a step back over to the cliff and points out to the west. That way. But that's all I know as far as I could see. No one really paid too much attention to him. He left on his own.
Is there a reason he went deeper into Badlands instead of away from them?
She simply turns around, gives you a look that could almost freeze blood. And I think that's the best answer.
Can I make an etiquette check?
Yes. Yes, you may.
I'm just going to try to repair the damage that was just done. Let's get her back on our good side, and we'll not talk about the Badlands.
One success.
All right.
In this point, to your knowledge, the orcs have a thing called a gahad. And this is almost a guttural thing that can almost inflame and or enrage them. To the point where if they are ever slighted, it becomes almost a guttural need for them to attack or rectify the thing that slighted them. You believe that she is in a state that, not against any of you, she may be trying to swallow her gahad right now. That is what you believe is happening. So, you don't... The thing is, gahads are usually triggered by something. You don't know what triggered it. All you know is that what you're seeing is you should probably use your intuition to figure out how not to trigger it. In other words, avoid the big red button.
Exactly. And I don't know what it is, so I'm just going to say,
Granozan will be able to pick up the tracks. Could you tell us perhaps what he was looking for?
She sighs and says, I don't know, other than food. At that point, Tumga speaks up. Mushrooms. What? Merck wanted mushrooms for the experiment. Is this what it sounds like? No, actual legit, nothing crazy. Oh. So, it's Merck's fault. Isn't it always Merck's fault? Yes. She says, I know you all just got here. If you're okay to go, I'm ready to go. She looks at all of you, still seemingly pissed.
Yeah, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
When you're ready.
Mm-hmm. All right. She nods and starts walking.
Before we leave real quick, let's ask Merck about these mushrooms. Maybe he told your brother where they are at or something like that.
Let's not do that.
She looks over and says, go ahead. I have to prepare for the journey. So do it while I'm getting ready. And she starts walking over to the tent. You hear her rustling into what seems to be some crates inside. Merck turns around and steps out, looking around. Tumga! And this seems to be a good opportunity. As Tumga walks over, he says, they want to talk to you. All right, indeed. What about? And he stands there leaning against the pole on the edge.
So, Merck, we heard that you're trying to get some mushrooms for an experiment, huh?
Yes. Well, I care less about it now. I care more about PETA, but yeah. There's some hints that we have seen where some creatures had some mushrooms in their mouth, and we thought that they plucked them from a direction, and he kind of waves generally in the west. And I was mentioning how it would be nice to know, but I never sent him out to get them. It's just PETA can be impulsive. He nods.
Okay. That's helpful. That's helpful. Thank you. It's a good place to start, at least. I think that's about all I need to ask.
Okay. Thank you and take care. Normally I'm more... Find PETA, please. Or...
Creatures, were they?
We'll do everything we can.
He looks up and says, they were splintervores. He then looks over at your face's lack of response. They look like small muskrats. And as you he just shrugs. He's not really describing them well, and he Tomga interrupts. Shell knows what they look like. Yeah, Shell will tell you. They both just nod.
Okay.
Anything
Right.
else?
I think I'm ready to start looking for PETA whenever everybody else is in.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Anything that we should be aware of in the area besides those creatures?
As Shell walks out,
quicksand, pitfalls.
Shell walks out and says, the land will randomly rupture up and have earthquakes. Sometimes the
Wonderful.
rocks actually are alive and you have to worry about them attacking you. She starts moving
Fantastic.
to the south. Sometimes you have to worry about almost everything out here being poisonous. And she looks over. Sometimes idiot orcs run off on their own without thinking about the people who care about them. And then she just starts listing off more and more things that are just a myriad of vague references of creatures being horrible. And then at one point she stops, looks at all of you and says, I haven't seen a horror yet. I think.
That is fantastic, actually.
Oh, and she takes a step further. I saw some carrots once. They killed a splintervore.
Carrots. Like the vegetable.
She nods. Well, they weren't vegetables.
Carrots or the splintervores?
The carrots. The carrots. By the way,
Huh.
Renard, as you start walking, just moving in the direction to help PETA, and the conversation about it has screamed a lot more confidence and a lot more calm into her, giving you a possible insight that the lack of wanting to help PETA was probably the trigger.
Okay.
That's at least what you assume from your
A lot,
before.
but I'm reading that she's upset that she has to do this.
No, she's upset that no one was doing anything about it.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah. So
okay, gotcha.
By the way, I know we are role playing. Smoke says hi. Smoke-a-loke.
I saw that. Hi, Smoke.
I just wanted to give you guys a chance to say hi.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
I smoke.
Hey,
Welcome,
Smoke.
buddy. So, nah, don't worry about it, buddy. Enjoy. We're about to get to the climax, which is where everyone dies.
Are we?
Now.
Wait, what?
Go out in glorious fashion.
A pocket full of carrots says otherwise.
I agree. Okay, that's right. You counter with carrots. We're good. Anyway, as all of you start leaving the camp, Shell starts warming up to each and every one of you, confiding that she is merely, at one random casual inquiry says that, hey, are you an adept, or something comes up, and she admits very firmly, no, we only have one adept, and that's Kristen. And referencing the human that didn't say a word. She just was surprised to see more than, other than that, it's PETA, who happens to be a scout as well. As you start continuing towards the west, Granozan, go ahead and roll tracking.
Okay.
All right. You manage to pick up, it takes you a little bit, but you manage to pick up and start focusing on the stones, where you start seeing footprints start coming up and glowing. What seems to be shoe prints here and there, and suddenly you find and manage to get specifically the trail of where you saw him go, which is almost dead west. No one else really sees much of this, but he is able to directly follow the footsteps in a walking gait with almost not even looking at the ground. So all of you start moving at a good pace. They special mention to Davrak, who no longer has the burden of a cart to carry with. Before we proceed to the next scene, I am going to do a little bit of housekeeping with you, because I didn't mention this earlier, and we should. Renard and Vashana, would you like to verify your current spell matrices based on what you woke up with? And if you would like to reattune on the fly or anything, no need to roll dice. Go ahead and set your matrices to what you feel they should be right now. I figure we should do this. Lux, can I assume you are mounted from this point forward?
Yep.
Okay. And anyone who needs to change their equipment or do anything of that nature, please feel free.
Yeah, I just put my shield and sword back on.
Yep, so right now I am just assuming that if something comes up, all of you are in your best state of preparation. Okay? So, as you proceed, and as you go into the west of the Badlands, you start looking and following all of the footsteps until they suddenly just stop. It's not that you're not able to see them, it's the fact that they are no longer on the ground. There seems to be some muddying or shifting or something on the ground, and you realize that maybe some of the ground shifted. Shell wonders aloud, why are we stopping? Why are we stopping? Dwarf, hero, why are we stopping?
Trail's weirdly going cold. It's like, you said earthquakes around here, right?
She nods.
Huh. Think his trail might be on a different piece of the earth then. How much does the earthquake, like, is it legit make me move around, or is it just like, just like, oh, there's some tremors, you just, don't stand in a doorway, or is it like, oh my gosh, the earth is shuffling itself?
As if in response to your question before she can, the ground starts rumbling itself, making a large shake, but after a few seconds, it ends.
Like that, right?
She nods, sometimes worse. What's funny is she seemed almost undisturbed by it. It seems like a normal way of life for her. Let's look around and see if we can find anything then. And then she just starts looking around without even waiting for any of you. As you look around, some of you may have moments to ask questions of her. In fact, I'll give each of you an opportunity to ask one question of her in terms of trying to figure out information or to investigate. Who would like to go first? And you may pass this opportunity. I just thought I'd give this to you as a general thought of the travel.
Just to reiterate, I was following basically illuminated footprints until they just stopped out of nowhere, and there's nothing to saying.
Yeah, there is not. It's not even the fact that they seem faded or there is no question that you are doing it well enough. They just stop. The next footstep does not exist.
I got my own theory, but I ain't telling her that.
I'll take the first question if you want.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So what's it like having a quester as a father? Is there like a family business that you can get into, or?
She looks over and shakes her head. He's not my father. He's not even Peeta's father. Can you tell by the, tusks? She grins.
I heard adopted, but
yeah,
I assumed.
No,
son,
he's
brother.
not even my brother. He saved me. And I was about to be sold, and he found a way of breaking me out. She shrugs. Slaves.
I get that.
He was
stronger than blood. I understand.
Yeah, Peeta was bought out by him. So. She nods. Vashana, do you have a question?
I'd have one for you. Would astral sight be useful in this situation for
you could
possibly getting more information?
You can. Okay.
That is what I would like to do.
All right, then go ahead and start with that, and I'll go with the search after these questions. Lux?
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
I was wondering that.
And I can assume you would like to try that as well. Lux, would you like to ask a question of Shell?
Oh, is this working? Okay.
Hey,
how long have you guys actually been out there?
She looks up. The camp's been up for half a year, I think.
Really? And you got a tree to grow?
Yeah, it's amazing. We also have some crops in the dust behind the tent.
It's really impressive.
Yeah, it's she shrugs. Praise Jasperi.
Absolutely, praise Jasperi.
Renard, do you have a question?
A couple maybe for you real quick. As you asked us to look at the matrices, I see that I have best face attuned, and if I wanted to switch that.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know how to switch it.
If you click on attune, or if you go to your matrices and your hotkeys on the top left, you can click on attune on anything you'd want to swap.
Okay.
This new interface, the attune is underneath them. So, and you can just select it. And if you wanted to do it in combat, you would attune on the fly, but don't worry about that. This, I'm just saying, you get a free attune.
Okay, that was quick and easy.
Yep. The only reason, a small note, remember the third matrice is only if you have both the ephemeral bolts and the same one. You actually have two matrices, but it looks like that's what you've got. So, all right.
Okay.
Outside of that, do you have a question for Shell?
You mentioned that, like, when I talked about the astral pattern that she was looking at or whatever, that does that kind of function as a detect magic? Is that what you'd be looking at?
With the way that Granozan's magic works, it actually envelops his eyes to change the way he magically looks at the footsteps.
Oh, I meant Vashana.
Are you asking about astral sight?
Yeah. Is that like a detect magic type thing? I don't have that. I don't.
I do not think have that.
Okay.
But the way that the astral sight works, and by the way, Lux has it as an innate Windling thing, but you would actually be able to shift and look into the magical domain, the magical dimension, and look at the patterns of the area and even the corruption of the area.
Right,
So
okay.
that's how you would be able to shift. You do get limited thread vision if you want to through your thread weaving, but that would not be helpful at this point.
Right. Okay. I have no questions then. There, I don't think there's anything that I can help with.
Okay. As Shell walks off in this scenario looking around, all of you start searching the area for any clues on how to proceed. You are a good 30 minutes or so west of the camp at this point. Go ahead and roll awareness or perception. Vashana, go ahead and roll, instead, in your case, astral sight.
I did.
Okay.
I can roll again if you want me to.
Nope, I just saw it. So you rolled a 7.
Okay.
Let me look at what everyone else does first before I jump the gun. Davrak got a 4. Lux got a 6.
Rolling or awareness or perception?
Awareness or perception right now for Granozan and Renard. Actually, Vashana, roll awareness and or perception as well. Damn. Double explosion on that one, Renard. Okay. As many people are looking... What was that?
I knew something was up.
As many of you are looking around, Vashana starts looking over to what seems to be in the distance beyond some rocks. First, Vashana, when you start looking around and focusing, the first thing you notice is it is rather challenging to be able to look through what seems to be the corruption of the area. A majority of your life you have lived in safe areas is what it's designed, where it almost feels like there's a rolling fog of corruption on the ground. But as everything goes into an almost dark grayscale vision, you force your vision to look around and such and focus a little bit in the distance, trying to pierce through the dark, almost oppressive light fog where you can't even see the sky above you. You do see the jagged, ugly patterns of the rocks below, and there seems to be some sort of glowing about them, which implies the power of the named area, the Badlands, specifically. You can tell that. But you look off to the distance, you see what seems to be a glimmer of something of a different color of patterns, a different design other than stone. However, you can't see it through the fog. You just see the glimpse, like almost flickers of a flickering like mirror in the distance trying to get your attention with the sun. As you glance and kind of focus in that direction, Renard looks over at you and immediately snaps his head, looking over on the distance. Renard, you see something, and do you go and investigate it yourself, or do you call it out to everybody? Well, you don't know what it is off the bat. What?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what it is.
Not at this glance. I'm just saying, do you announce it or do you investigate it before you go look at it? Like,
I see something.
All right. The darkness, the silence and investigation of the area is broken by Renard walking in a distance. Renard, as you approach it, Vashana, I assume you're following.
Yes.
It is a odd thing to see. There is what seems to be a tear of fabric. It looks like it's got a seam on it, which implies it could be clothing. On the left and right side of the fabric is very deliberately placed rocks. And underneath the fabric, pointing out an edge, is what seems to be a knife.
This is on the ground.
On the ground, a knife is held down by fabric with two rocks holding the fabric down.
Right, I gotcha. Okay.
How big are the rocks?
Heavy enough. They are large. very large, to the point that it would take effort to pick them up. You would guess that each of them would be about the weight of 10 to 30 books that you're used to picking up. They're heavy.
Oh, that's quite large. Okay.
Their largeness is what made it hard to see this, obviously.
Shell, do you recognize this knife?
It's his. She stands there almost shocked.
Is this perchance a type of marker to maybe signal where he has been or where he is going?
She looks up at you as if you're speaking gibberish to her. You suddenly realize she's slightly in shock. There's something about this that worries her, and you think it's just the fact that she's looking at things of his and he's not here, is what you're guessing. Okay. She looks worried.
What is it, my lady?
He'd never leave his knife.
How are the rocks positioned? Like, are they next to each other? Are they on top of each other? Like, is there...
let me see if I can use a tool. So, if this is the fabric, and there is the knife here, the rocks are positioned here and here.
Okay.
Directions is the knife tip pointing towards?
With the way that the fog and such around, it's very difficult to actually use any sort of landscape or landmark above. Roll half magic.
Okay, we're at general.
Should be in the bottom left corner, yeah.
Go.
Northeast, 16%, 16 degrees to the left. You know exactly where.
Okay.
Let's look in that direction. Do we see anything in that direction?
Are we concerned about the rocks themselves?
Just seems to be more rocks, but there's a path that's leading between some crags and such.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a phone call, and it's from somebody who doesn't normally call me.
That's fine. Go ahead. Vashana is looking at the knife for now. As all of you are... Go ahead and discuss the circumstance while you have the moment.
And this whole setup seems very deliberate.
Well, yeah, he definitely, this is purposeful. So if he never leaves his knife and he left his knife, well, there's got to be a purpose for it. Because this wasn't an accident.
If you don't mind me asking, Chell, has he ever been in this direction before? Is this the first time he's ever traveled this way?
She shrugs and she says, he travels often north or west. There's not... we try to avoid the other side of the river. The bank is too close to the ground.
I'm back. I'm very sorry about that.
Oh, don't worry about it. She looks and says, so you think this is a sign for that way? She points in the general direction of the knife into a rock, so it's obviously the wrong spot.
It seems like it would be. Can you see any tracks or anything?
Can I see anything?
I go ahead and roll, and I've got a thing in the other room, an alarm that I need to turn off. Whoops, I'll be right back.
I will roll when he gets back, because I don't know what I'm rolling exactly.
Well, it's not 8:45, so who could say what it is?
I mean, I can make guesses. I can make a lot of wrong guesses.
I'm sure you could make infinite number of wrong guesses. I have that belief in your capability.
I have that capability, but not that tenacity.
All right, I'm back. Sorry. As I walked in there, my son was sleeping on the couch, and he was giving me a frowny face that it woke him up. All right.
Jack, what am I rolling again?
Tracking. Wait, you said you wanted to look for... Repeat what you wanted, just so I'm sure.
All right, so basically in the direction that the knife is pointing, I'm just trying to see if I can see any other trail or anything else.
Okay, go ahead and roll tracking on that one.
Not bad.
You're not able to see anything yet. However, I actually want to read the way tracking works to verify before I go forward with this.
I put it in the chat.
Yeah, no problem. No, I'm reading it.
Oh.
So that's what I needed to know. You are not able to see any footsteps, but despite the nature of the ash and the unpleasant air, you instinctively breathe in deeply, and you actually catch a scent based off of the scent that you can get from the fabric. You've got a trail.
We're on the right path. Head in that direction.
Stop walking.
I'll start walking ahead in the direction of the scent.
Can we take the knife with us?
It's a good marker for the way back, in all honesty. I imagine that he put it there himself just to, possibly be able to see through all this. Big enough to be fine, right?
Keep it here, sure.
I mean, I'll leave that one up to Shell, but...
As all of you start proceeding, looking more and more to the path, the sky starts to get a little bit more on the crimson side. And Shell looks a little nervous. But you all press on. Eventually, after you... hold on one second. What do you need, Caden? Go. After all of you start moving more and more, you realize you're going to be walking in what seems to be the evening time as you keep the trail. As it gets to the point where it's starting to get dark, you have a point where all of you have an unanswered question. Do you follow the scent you have now, or do you turn back to camp?
We definitely know he's still in whatever direction I'm calling out, right?
You do have his scent.
Well, what do you think, Shell? Is it safe out here at night? Well, safe-ish out here at night?
If it's not safe, all the more reason for us to continue and help this person out.
Definitely.
He might be in grave danger. Time may be of the essence. Let us continue.
She simply nods in response. As all of you start moving on, she shows a moment of calm, and she just simply looks in your direction. And after you two match eyes, she simply mouths the words "thank you" to you, Renard.
I'm gonna give her the thank you eyes. The like almost not quite a wink, but it's subtle. But Granozan knows what I'm talking about. Remember when I eyed him about the thing earlier? He knows that I use my eyes.
You do.
I give her the yeah.
Eventually, it leads to what seems to be a large spire of rocks. Something around the ground starts to show little holes here and there. And Shell looks down at one of the holes, seeing what seems to be a red glow from them. She seems puzzled and just casually says, "Never seen that before," as you move on, eventually reaching the base of this large pillar. The scent is going into what seems to be a cave. And all of you stand in front of it. Be aware, you are going to be doing a scene transition. Now, small note. At this time, many of you can be aware. What do you have for light sources right now? Because I will give you and equip you your light sources.
I will pull out the bullseye lantern.
No problem. I'll give you your bullseye lantern.
I have
I
a
remember how to do it. Thank you, though.
Okay. What was that, Lux?
I have a torch.
All right, torch it is.
torch here too.
All right,
I have
Davrak.
my eyes.
Yeah, you have your goddamn broken eyes.
Yeah.
By the way, Renard,
Yes.
I'm going to give you something. I'm going to make sure that you can see it. In, hold on, configure ownership, and I'm going to give you an observer. In the bottom left corner, do you see how there's the a little folder button that says Browse Macro Directory on the UI? It's near your hotbar thing.
I do see that, yeah.
Open up the macro directory, and do you see in Vision and Light, do you see a heat site toggle?
Underneath it? Yeah, I do.
Go
Put
ahead
that
and
on.
drag that to your hotkey bar down below. I made this for you.
Granozan should have that too, right?
Yeah.
Granozan, you can follow these directions to get your own heat site as well.
So I see pick light under vision light.
I'm giving it to you right now. Give me a second.
Okay.
Observer done. You should see it now.
Yeah.
Go ahead and drag it down, and you can turn it on. Sorry about the heat site being orangish, but enjoy.
Neat.
Oh, I also have heat sight.
Oh, well, in that case, then I'm going to give you your heat site. Thanks for giving me a moment to... Yeah, it's one of those, we're doing it live. So you
Get your
should now
heat
be able
set on. Everyone turn on your heat set.
What's really... Okay, so the nuts thing about heat site, it's still half the range. Vashana basically looks like it's goddamn day. So there you go. If you want to turn those on. Other than that, there may be a pick light option. I think I have all players can observe. There we go. If you want to put pick light, you can pick, if you select your character, you can pick the light source that you have, like equip a torch or something. So that is what it is. You do share vision in terms of light. You can see other people's lit areas. So at the edge of the cave, there's this what actually seems to be a small pool of water. Clyde, as you approach, wanted to go up to it, not necessarily to drink it, but to actually sit in the water just a little bit. It's a clear source. You can see to the rocks, so it is safe. But Clyde just needed to cool off a moment. As you look into the water, and in varying parts near the entrance, you can see what seems to be small holes or red coursing energy and or hues coming out from all of the cracks. There is something of a bunch of tunnels going on underneath this cave. And the source of that redness is weird. It provides very limited light. As you stand here at the edge, it's about a troll's height tall to get down here. So about 9 feet down to get to this. And you can see it happen again, another point going down. So here you are at the top of the edge of a cliff of sorts. Shell stands back, afraid of heights, it seems. And doesn't seem to feel safe going in there, but you can understand it.
Well, if he's looking for mushrooms, a cave would be the place to find them. Perhaps.
All right, forward.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where the trail goes that I know of?
So before you move ahead,
Hit something.
does anyone want to climb, jump down? Does anyone have anything to work with the cliff?
I could climb down, and I may have rope. I forget.
How tall was the cliff?
About 9 feet.
I'll probably just jump it.
Okay.
Seems like I don't have rope,
Got it.
but I can climb. All right, so we're basically at the exit right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, Firefly Chalk seems like it's going to be getting written on the walls.
Got it. All right, you can, so first, Davrak, go ahead and roll climbing, or if you just want to, like, try to shuffle down, climbing and or dexterity. Anyone else who wants to follow, feel free. But right
Will
now, I know
do.
Davrak's going first.
Follow Davrak's
Yes,
lead.
Boom. This is a discipline talent, so I'm going to add a karma
Nice.
because I can.
Get it.
Oh, I am cracked
Get
at
it.
climbing.
Keep it
Look at
going.
this.
Wow!
Jeez.
Holy crap!
Jeez.
Spider-Man,
All right.
Spider-Man.
So, Davrak, not only do you manage to jump, in fact, just tell me how do you, you don't have to climb, just how do you drop down this and also the next one if you want. Describe it.
Yeah, I'm really just like hitting the bottom with both feet.
Oh, you just bypass and do a full jump?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only 9 feet. It's like
So-
a foot shorter than me.
Not only do you do that, you manage to somehow curve the way your body falls because the ceiling is going down along with it. You manage to curve the way you actually fall to move along the air down below.
Oh, okay. So now that I see how it is, I like hop out a little bit, grab onto the ceiling, and like swing my legs, and then go all the way down.
Davrak, you are now down there in the darkness, and they see you just simply disappear down there.
All right.
Yeah, don't worry. There's floor.
Does no one have any rope?
Shall
I'll catch you.
All right, I'm coming.
Oh God, do you jump to Davrak?
Yes.
Roll
Oh,
dex.
he's gonna make me to make quite a leap. I'm pretty up there.
Oh God.
Oh no.
So I'm rolling falling damage. While I'm doing this, go ahead and describe to me what just happened, Renard.
Well, I lifted up my mask. I looked down, didn't see him, but I trusted him, and so I flung myself down there, just stomach first. Really, I hoped that he would catch me, or that it was safe. When I felt that it wasn't anymore, it was a little too late for that.
GM or overroll, by the way. I do get that. Boop. So as you fall down, you do land. By the way, falling damage is historically a very cursed roll for me to roll. And you take 8 damage.
Oh, that's fine. That's ouch.
There are 2 ledges, by the way.
By the way, I am saying this flat out. As a GM rule from my last campaign, I am able to overrule exploding dice if it feels unfair. Period.
Did he make, to be fair, did he make a dex check to try and catch me?
Well, he's in an
When I said I'm coming?
Yeah, the thing is, you jump down 1 and he's 2 cliffs down.
But you saw how good he is. He could have maybe swung back, thinking, God, I hope that idiot doesn't jump. If he does, I've got to catch him.
Dan, I hate the fact that I'm totally in on this idea. You have won my your GM argument,
I
my
did
friend.
say I'm
You
coming.
did.
I'm
No, you
coming.
did, and I am totally in on this, and you are not getting punished for that. I am going to let Davrak roll climbing. I'm down with this. That's a great idea.
So
Davrak,
I
you-
tend to like, oh shit, he's jumping, and I
Yeah.
try and go back up to the first tier.
Yep, you are going to have to require a step. Hold on, 5 plus 1 success to make
You
it.
saw how good he is. He can do it.
I know. So you're
He's-
looking at a 10 difficulty to pull this off.
Okay, well I'm definitely putting another karma then.
Yep, 10 to reach him, 5 to get up. So you manage to get up. And you managed to go and help break his fall, but not stop it completely. So I'm going to take the 3 over, and I'm going to reduce the damage. Renard, take 3 of those damage back.
I'm heavier than I look.
And yeah, no, that made complete sense. I appreciated the feedback. So. So.
Jack, I
Would
think I got
somebody-
doubled somehow.
What?
I think I got like doubled somehow.
What do you mean doubled?
I see 2 of me now.
Refresh.
Okay.
Just hit F5 and you'll be fine. Renard, you are there and you're standing up. Who's next?
Well,
I'm like, no, you know what? That's
break-
on me. I shouldn't have acted so confident. I apologize. I'll stay here and help everyone else
It's
now.
fine. Now we know for the future. It's good catch. When I say I'm coming, that's I'll make sure you're there.
Side note, Shell didn't see all of this, so good for her. Go ahead. Vashana, how are you going down?
Would somebody down there be willing to help me? I am
absolutely.
a lady after all. Climbing.
Yeah,
isn't
absolutely.
really
I'm
my-
ready now. Yeah, I'm ready.
No problem. Davrak literally reaches up and just pulls you down.
Oh,
Come
thank
on.
you. You're such a gentleman. Have I ever told you that your tusks are lovely?
Thank you.
Granozan, you as well?
I use my climbing talent.
Oh, okay. You're going down on your own. Davrak, I assume you're going down on your own. I'm going to let you free climb. Are you helping
Yep, I'll go
Vashana
to
and
the next
Renard
one.
down?
Yes, I will.
Renard, you going to jump down or take the help? And
Any help that I can get from this point?
okay.
Yeah, I grab Vashana and Davrak exactly the same way by the waist and just like lower them down.
Okay. You guys are being
Oh.
get out of my way.
Okay, there we go.
6 make it down all right.
5 is the difficulty, so you should be good. And roll again for the next cliff. I'll get you down there. By the way, Lux, you just fly down.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I just couldn't move.
No, I know. There's reasons for some lands like this for spoilers. I will need to help you. So,
Second
Granozan,
roll's an 8.
no problem. So all of you are now down here. Some of the most notable things is the path goes forward, and even what seems to be the dust and ash from above is still going down through here. You do notice very large and open red crevices up ahead, and a path going off to the right. Assuming you all have basic movement, you can do your movement for 1 round at a time. Go ahead and do your movement.
Are we still on the trail?
You are still on the trail, and the trail, in fact, I'll just say, the trail does come from this direction, Granozan. So from the cave itself. Yes.
This way. That wasn't Granozan enough. This way. There we go.
All right.
Job's done.
All right. Let's see. Lux, it looks like you're going to be scouting ahead through the sky. So how far ahead are you going compared to them?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
Because I'm not really, I don't know which way the trail is. I'm just,
Just
Anybody
it
going
else?
looks
ahead.
like it's one
No problem.
thing, but I'm keeping them close enough that I'm not too far.
Okay. Granozan, there's a point where you step forward, and at one point, the ground starts rumbling underneath you. It's a normal organic, one of the earthquakes you've gotten slightly used to. It's happened multiple times up to this point. But this time you hear a chittering and a scattering coming from it.
From the earthquake.
From the earthquake, you hear a chittering or a scattering coming out from it. from within each of the holes nearby, you start seeing what seems to be large red ants. From their eyes and their mouths each, you see what seems to be a red mist glowing, the same type that comes from the holes themselves. Lux, you have a very clear vision on 2 of them coming up, and all of them generally seem uninterested in you at the moment as they come up and start peeking around. However, the fact that they all came out at the same time seems suspicious. They stay at the edge of their actual holes, observing. How do you proceed?
Big ants, guys. Big ants.
Those are big. I tried to do a creature analysis.
Go ahead and roll. Ask your question.
What circle are these creatures?
1.
All right, so those ants, I think we can take them on, but there is enough of them that gives me caution. I just don't know if a better choice is to deal with them now or just leave them be and hope that they leave us be too.
How big are these ants? Like as big as we are?
Looking at them, and only half of them are in. So assuming they have the same dimensions as a normal ant, you would guess that they're probably a full 1 to 1.5 feet long. That said, if they come out and they have like an entire, other part to them or something. But from what you can see and assuming they're the same size as a normal ant.
Okay.
All of you have instinctively stopped as they're looking around and chattering, by the way. Is there anyone who's doing anything ahead or no? Or are you waiting? Vashana.
Waiting.
Can in preparation, can I try and weave a thread?
Yes, you may.
Just in case they try to attack.
I am fine with that. Davrak?
No. Yeah, I'm holding. I'm holding everything.
Gotcha. Renard?
Just grip my walking stick a little harder. I mean.
Okay. And Granozan?
I'm just going to ready my bow. Well, I
Okay.
think it's already been, but
Got it. So, Lux, you're in the air. You get a better look, and there's nothing behind these two. They are the only ones you see here. Do you do anything in particular?
Yeah, I'm gonna fly a little. Well, I can't move myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna fly a little bit back towards the group.
Like here?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Vashana, you have a woven thread. Are you going to use it or let it go? Or rather, are you going to continuously weave threads just in case? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to prepare for threads then. All right. There seems to be a stalemate.
If they are ants, let's go. One at a time, very carefully, light stepping through them. Not making a lot of noise.
Okay.
Good. I'm glad someone agrees.
Who's going? What do you do to proceed?
I have bad news about my stealth capabilities.
Let's hear about it. What's the news?
Clang, clang, clang.
Right. You go first.
All right. That sounds good. Excuse me, Granozan. Sorry, just gonna squeeze past you.
Of course.
Thank you. Is there a role to keep quiet, Jack?
you can roll Silent Walk, aka Dexterity, or Stealthy
Okay.
Stride.
And I don't think I actually have to subtract anything from my armor because I'm not injured.
Nope, because you are not hindered, so you are good.
I'm just a badass. That's not. It could be worse. That could be worse.
All right.
I'm gonna keep stepping, and you let me know if I should stop. Okay, DM.
So no, you're good to stop. You're good to stop. In fact,
Okay,
I'm going to stop
yeah.
you back here.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. That's fine. Yeah. Okay.
In fact, hold on. I'm going to stop you back here. As soon as you start moving ahead, the entire group goes into full-on activity.
Shit.
Declare stances. Defensive is probably organically good. In fact, I'm going to say, by nature of the circumstance, aggressive stance is banned this round.
Yeah.
If you do not have anything to add other than that, you can roll your initiative. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
I'll declare defensive.
Okay.
Yeah, defensive stance for me too.
Yep. I did remove... All right. Go ahead. There is no effect for defensive stance, by the way. You have to click the thing in combat again. So...
where's the thing in combat again?
If you
Oh,
click
right
on
there.
your character, it's under combat. Yep.
Yep.
It did it?
All right.
How did I roll a 0?
Oh, the hindrance. Give me a second. Why in the world did that do that? I've got to fix your thing. for a
Yeah,
moment.
you made hindrance special for me, so you might need to do that for everyone.
I do.
Everybody just rolled a 1d4, which does... Oh, no, Davrak got a 1d6.
Yep, I
That's
got to
because
fix.
Jack already made the hindrance for me.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to have to do a little work.
The only one
so-
that rolled a 0.
Yeah, no,
As
it's I should have checked over this.
As a note for defensive stance, it does affect all of your
That's right,
all of
yep.
your actions -3. That does include your initiative since it takes effect before your initiative.
Yep. That's why we declared it first. I get it now.
Uh-huh.
That's why you do stances before initiative.
Oh, and it did update them on my character sheet. Nice.
So, what did you roll, Renard, for your step? Or did it just default to 0?
It rolled a 0 and then my result was a 0.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, it's going to take a moment for me to figure this out. Yay!
Sorry to bring up something else, but defensive stance is +3 to physical and mystic defense. I think it gave me +3 to physical and social defense.
It gives a +3 to all, to my knowledge. Yes.
My mystic is still at 6.
I'll keep an eye on that. Don't worry. I'll get that. Can you write that into Discord so I know to look at that later?
Yes.
Thank you, buddy.
I'll just find the right channel.
I am going to re-roll your initiative, and I think you should be fine, Renard. Re-roll initiative. All right. Well, I mean, that sucks, but it is what you are at this point.
Wow. This time I actually rolled dice and still got a 0.
Yeah, because you're a -3 because you went defensive, correct or incorrect?
Yeah, you
Yes, fine.
earned that 0.
Yeah.
At least it's my 0.
Yeah, Vashana should be good. Granozan, I think, needs to be updated as well. Sorry about that. Inventory, you've got hardened leather, which does have a 1, so I'll give you this. Yay. And we'll leave it as new effect 0 for now. We'll figure out the rest later. Initiative, add 1. There you go, and we will re-roll you. Granozan, take your 2 and you update it to a 5.
Neat.
All right. Lux, I don't think you have issues, but we'll find out just to be sure. Padded
I
leather.
rolled mine.
You've got 0, so you are good. Okay. By the way, for people who are curious, because she's got the talent, it is matched. So we are good. Boopity boop. Let's get these creatures rolled. First is going to be Lux. Go ahead. Why is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I able to charge in here?
No, there's not enough room for you to easily charge. Not at least
Okay.
not while they're in the little holes, because you can't go past them. You're basically running into a wall.
Yeah.
So if you charge, you would unintentionally charge yourself at the same time with damage.
Oh, shoot. I don't have anything else to throw at them. If they're only halfway out. Okay, then I'm going to hold my action.
No problem. Moving ahead, we are going to... Where are you? There we go. The surprise dance starts coming out here towards the direction, and it starts attacking and nibbling at the first creature that it starts to find. Attempting to... whoops. That's right, I have to set a target. Kind of helps. It does not get a bite off on Davrak, but this one is now out in the open. Next one, the satisfied red ant runs out and starts moving towards the closest creature that it feels is threatening it. They dart out of their holes, trying to do their best to get straight at you. Again, because of your defensive nature, though, it's a miss. The next one, the aptly named Miserable Ant, actually jumps over, climbs, and starts actually teaming up again onto Davrak. Therefore missing. Now.
Okay, now can I take my action?
You may choose your action now, yes.
Am I able to charge now?
Because of the nature of the space, you can charge this one. Hold on. You would need to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You would have to get back here. Yes, you can. You can go up and then right back down. The only advice I'd say is, what do you do to Shell when you jump back? You go out and back in.
Oh. What do I do to Shell? What do you mean?
Do you say something? Shell looks at you as you reach up to this point.
Oh. It's fine, don't worry about it.
And then you rush right back in, going in for the charge. There you go. You charge this one. Go.
And I don't have to add anything, right? Everything's fine?
There should be a charge one in your inventory now.
Okay. Is that right?
That looks right because you're defensive, I believe, right?
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not defensive.
You're not?
No.
God damn it. Okay. Roll your normal melee weapons.
Roll that instead?
Yeah, just do that just to be safe. I'm just going to click this as a test to be sure. I'm looking. Thanks for being patient on this one. No, that's accurate, actually. The first roll is correct. Sorry. Yeah, no, that is accurate. 7. So you rolled a 7. You successfully hit. Roll damage.
Okay. That ant.
Holy shit.
Go ahead and apply that damage.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't have the target selected. Hang on.
Yeah. So go ahead and click that.
No.
Apply damage.
Now do I have it?
Did you hit? You
I
have to
think
hit
I have it.
T on him.
That's what I thought I did.
There you go. Now he's targeted.
There's the thingies.
So you simply, many of its parts literally go into different directions as you burst through it from between Davrak's legs. You just do a full-on pierce through, and it dies. Now, next. Granozan.
All right. I know that we went over some of this stuff, but nothing was ever close enough to me that much. If I back away, does it get to react to that, or?
There are no attacks of opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to basically say somewhere along the line, stop that! Get! And then back away and start shooting a bow at it if I can.
Go ahead. Take your movement.
And it'll be, the one that went after me.
No problem.
Combat, short bow, let's go. Difficulty, I don't know if it added the negative. We'll see.
All right. You successfully go ahead and roll your damage and apply it.
Okay, yeah, that was right. Neat. Not quite as impressive.
All right. You shoot it, and as you pierce through it, you actually see, let me make sure. Yeah, you actually rip off 2 of its legs as you shoot it through, dealing a wound. Go ahead.
Hi.
The last one, however, starts running forward and comes right up to you, Renard, dealing an attempted attack towards you. Whoops, wrong click. Boop, boop. And you just simply, you step out of the way.
I was in a defensive position.
Yeah, you were, and it didn't get close. So next, after that, by the way, Vashana, you can assume you have the thread woven. If you need to roll it, just roll it till success, based on what you said. Okay?
Okay. I did roll it, and I did get a success.
Nice. Go ahead, Davrak.
All right. Let's see. How do you spin the arrow? With the area you're facing?
No problem. Where do you want to shift and rotate?
Shift and great. Thank you. I think I'm going to just slip on over here. Just all right. I'll go. I'll help you out with this.
Don't worry about it.
And I'm going to attack this one here next to Renard.
All right. Go ahead.
The combat troll sword.
All right. You swing and, well, you miss, though the strike upon the stone itself starts clattering through the other tunnels you can hear. All right. Next, Vashana.
Okay, I am going to take the astral spear that I have woven, and I am going to cast it at this, the eager red ant that is trying to nibble on Renard.
Go ahead. All right, you succeed. Go ahead and roll the effect. All right. So the ant takes another hit onto it. A good strike into it. However, much of it seems to reflect a bit along the edge of its carapace. So that is what happens there. Renard? Finally.
Ah! Ah! All right. I'll show you how it's done, troll. Now I'm gonna whack the ant in front of me with that walking stick.
Go
Give
ahead.
it
Remember, you
bop.
have to target it.
Yep. Right there. And that's a step 5, is it? So in step modifier, do I put 5?
It is got a 5 innately. You don't need to add.
I don't need to add
You
it.
don't need to
Okay.
add. Those are bonuses. So
That's not very
5
good.
5 minus 3, so that does make sense.
Okay.
All right, so you swing and you showed him how it's done.
That's how it's done. I'm not gonna let on that it wasn't effective. I mean,
I will say, for comedy's sake, you did manage to strike it. It's just you didn't do anything.
yeah, I could tell by the look on its insect face that it hardly registered at all. But
all right,
Davrak has a very serious face right now. He goes, yes.
Declare your stance changes or general intents. Roll initiative if you've got nothing to do.
I'm taking off defensive.
I'm also taking off defensive.
All right.
The same.
Oh wait, I think I have to do that. Oh no, okay. It's good.
Right.
I'm just being normal.
Now,
Hey.
the satisfied red ant is satisfied for blood. It goes for Davrak. Going in, trying to bite at him.
Why are there still 4?
I'll take the other one off once it's its turn.
Oh.
I think there's a setting that I do take you out of combat. Beautiful. Cool. You get thrown in the corner. Okay. Actually, we'll just leave you here. All right, so, it fails. Next. Go on, Lux.
Set up for another charge if I can.
You can set up for a charge next turn, or you can go in to attack this turn. Unless you want to go in the Great Unknown, but it doesn't look straight for you.
Yeah, it looks like it curves up ahead, so I was going to try and charge again if I can.
The distance where you are, you can set up for a charge next turn.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, then, I'll just move you up to essentially charge distance. Do you mind going up here-ish?
Sure.
I'm just asking. So you're okay moving up here, setting up for a charge next turn, correct?
Yeah, how come I can't do it this turn?
Because you're too far, because you have to do, you have to go in a straight
because I have
line
to do max
more
movement.
the
Okay.
mass movement.
Right.
Yeah, you have to basically go 10 hexes in a straight line.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and since you were off on the far edge, that makes it hard. All right, so, moving on with that, Granozan.
Oh, we're all picking on this one close up here. I'll take a shot at that.
Go ahead.
show him how it's done.
The arrow reflects off the ground. Pinging off.
Poor time for a trick shot.
Nope, not at all. Next, Vashana.
You got too fancy with it.
Okay. I
Yes,
am going
fancy.
to cast Spirit Dart at the eager red ant here.
Go ahead.
And to make sure I hit apply effect to target first.
Correct.
Okay.
So it is
I've
now.
clicked it. Okay,
There you go.
and then effect.
All right, 15 damage. Go ahead and apply it.
Get it.
And that is now dead. Go ahead and describe what they see.
So you just see Vashana kind of flick her hand, and in between her index and middle finger is a very thin dagger-looking thing made out of magic, and she just flicks it towards the ant, and it hits it.
All right. It then turns around and just gets knocked back by a force unseen, and it stops moving.
Huh, so that's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
What kind of tea you drinking?
Would you like some?
I think so.
I'll be sure to make extra.
All right. Go ahead and go on, Davrak.
I have been inspired. Observe.
I'll just pull this one over here, and I'll pull this one over here. You
Observe my swift kick.
Oh,
Does this one have lower? Oh, it does, yes. Oh, nope, never mind. That was the higher one.
the one right above you is the one lower.
I can change targets? Awesome.
Yeah. So
That
it's a
thing's
valid
pretty cool.
target. That's all you need. It still didn't hit, but good try.
And I take a strain.
Go ahead with that. Now, the miserable red ant turns around and attempts to go and bite back at you. Not at all doing anything. Renard?
Oh, God. Let's see. This, gosh. All right. I'm gonna do a little magic. I'm gonna blast that one nearest with Emperor Bolt.
All right. Ephemeral bolt, not true. Go ahead. Now, for me to know this one. 16.
There we go. So do I need to? Can I just cast it? Because it's ready
a
to go.
0 thread, so you should be able to cast it right away.
Just cast it, yeah. All right.
I do love how the music kicks in like this when the magic starts. 1 extra success. All right. Let me double check that. Ephemeral bolt. It gets an increased duration. Good to know. Go ahead and roll your effect. And apply it. Okay. -2 to willpower. Good to know. All right. So it manages to take damage. However, it seems to be almost stunned or confused after that hit. Something about it felt unnatural to it, but it doesn't know what. Next round. State your intents, and if you have nothing to state, go ahead and roll your initiative.
Nothing to state.
as they can start feeling all of the combat and such, they start to enrage, getting ready to move almost more frantically. They are frothing from the mouth, more of the red liquid coursing out. Vashana, go ahead.
I am going to weave a thread for Astral Sphere.
All right, go ahead.
And I'm going to use a karma point.
All right. Two extra successes, so you successfully go and do so. Your thread is woven. Lux.
We're gonna charge.
Which one are you charging?
The one I have targeted?
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. Let's see. You move back. We're going to say that you're going to try and hit at that tail end. So you do charge, and you're going to end up here at the end. Is that fine?
Charge!
All right. As you blast through, hitting, that does definitely hit. Let me double check. It didn't show what the targeting is. That is 1 additional success, so +2 to your damage. For some reason, it didn't target it.
And where do I put +2 on step modifier?
Step modifier, put a 2 there.
Okay.
All right, apply
and
that.
Fuck that ant.
Fuck that ant in particular.
All right.
Whoa. That's
Nice.
All right, and as you whiz by, you can apply the damage. So.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you blitz and take that one down, and the remaining one starts to chatter in response. Actually, wait, is it the remaining one? Yes, it is. Okay. As it whizzes by, the ant, still confused by whatever is attacking and noticing the gigantic thing in front, starts going towards what is nearby, attacking the much shorter thing that is invading. And it attempts to bite Renard.
Oh my god, it's a good thing I took up a defensive stance this round.
Oh, poor little ant.
That is a failure.
Do you see the roll? Yeah, it's a public roll.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
We see it.
Yeah. That's a defensive stance.
That's what did it.
Yep, definitely the stance.
Yeah.
Renard, just describe how does it attempt to attack you?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't matter. The thing scrambles towards me. I'm in a defensive stance, which means my legs are spread about twice the shoulder length that I have, and the knees are locked. My mouth is in a grimace. The eyes are there. The walking stick is pointed at the ant. It kind of tapped me, but to no avail.
So it comes up towards you, okay? And as it turns around and tries to bite you, your walking stick, you just simply slide it underneath and just go whoop, like an upward flick.
A bop, is it?
Not even a bop. You are underneath it, and you flip it up from underneath, it's knocked down.
Oh, that'll do too.
I'm just like, how do I do this roll of 1? Davrak, go ahead. There's an ant nearby, and it's now knocked down.
Okay. Thank you for your sacrifice.
Go ahead. Go ahead. There's that +4 steps.
Oh, so that's how you do it.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Yep.
Now you're catching on.
I think stealth is not an option anymore.
I think I already know how to do it.
As all of you are saying that and you look around, you feel the rumbling underneath. This time, not at all from the actual landscape, earthquakes and such, but from the actual rumbling of chattering noises from tunnels. You have awakened what seems like a slumbering beast, and it's only a matter of time until they all come out.
We've got to get out of here.
What about the boy?
Yeah,
I'm thinking. I'm.
I think we should rush in deeper to try and find him, as long as you're still on the right path, right, Granozan?
As far as I can tell, it's the right path.
All right. Then in that case, you take one round of movement. We're going to assume this is a full-on mindless sprint, unless otherwise stated.
What about Shell?
Where is Shell?
Outside.
Come down.
Outside.
Is she not coming in at all? Is that
No, she's not coming down. She does not want to go in.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. I'm actually going to change this up, and I'm going to add all of you to combat. And I'm going to handle initiative to make this a little bit more... Oh, God. All of you are grappled. This is amazing.
Yeah, we somehow stacked ourselves up.
No, it's not only that. You grappled Joy Girl.
What?
Yeah, you were grappled.
Victory group hug.
I don't know what happened. I was trying to move, and then I was stuck over in somewhere else.
Okay, so we'll remove you from here. I'm going to roll initiative. And go ahead and turn off your distances if they exist. This is just to make it easier for order. Generally speaking, who is going to be in front? What is the movement rate? Who's going ahead?
I would try to be near the front. My move rate is 14.
Oh, well.
Yeah, and mine I think is 16 on Clyde.
Maybe
14 or 16.
Is Lux or Grand taking point?
I mean, I can only move 10.
Oh, don't worry about movement rates. What is the intent? Who's taking front?
Well, I know where the trail is. I'll take front.
All right.
Granozan.
Then we'll have Grand move first, and everyone else move. In fact, hold on. Does this work? Hold on. I think it might. Nope, it won't. Okay. Grand moves up first. And as all of you rush through, seeing, it does do it. Good. Okay, hold on. There we go. Let's see if this works. Let's move you here. I'm testing out something that I just realized could happen. There we go with that. And there we go with this. So, if this works out, Granozan, roll tracking. So the way it works is all of you are just rushing through this blindly. Left. So Granozan, move 2 or 3. I want to see if this works out.
He's to the left.
All right, that kind of worked.
Heard.
Okay, that didn't work the way I wanted it. Okay, hold on.
It's all like I almost had everybody. It just didn't turn them all around the corner.
So, Gran, as you're turning around this way and looking into what seems to be a large cavern off into the distance, one of the things you notice is a large hole. Also, you hear shouts coming from this direction and coming around the corner. The shouts seem to be 3 different people. Give me a moment. And one of which in front is an orc by the description of what you were told. It seems that an orc is rushing towards you as you're rushing towards him. What do you do?
Get the hell over here, because I really don't want to tell Shell what happens if you're not with us.
Okay.
I don't know if I can piss off your sister as good as you can, but I think I can give you a run for your money. Get the hell over here.
He starts running. When he hears the word Shell, he starts sprinting behind. Sprinting towards you. He just says, Okay, go. He just starts screaming, go.
I'll just run with him and just be like, who the hell else was back there, though?
Go is all he screams. And as at that point, all of you can rush away. Something is wrong and I did bad things, so we'll find out about that. So
Keep running then.
yeah, all of you at this point, hearing him all of you assume that you have found what you need, and all of you start turning around and leaving, I assume, correct?
If we can hear that, that he's got him.
Yep. You hear
Confirmation.
you hear from ahead him call out saying, "Come here, Shell's waiting for you."
Yeah, I think we're following Gran's lead. Gran, what are you doing? Are we just all fleeing now?
I mean, I got no reason to believe this isn't PETA, even though I heard some other shouts down the way, but, I'm going to be saying that as we're running back.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, what all of you eventually start rushing back towards the front cliffs. Give me a moment. And as all of you start approaching it specifically, and as all of you approach and potentially, hold on, I'm gonna I know what to do. Haha, there we go. Move there-ish. Teleport. There we go. Poor Joy's in the wall, but we'll get her out. Where'd Joy go? Back here? No, she's on there. As all of you approach and you start climbing out of there, panicking, as you get up to the higher cliffs, assuming that you're rolling well, and I'll just say that what you do, you manage to get out of the cave through Davrak helping all of you up.
Oopsie daisy. Here we go. All right, 3, 4.
As you get to the exit of the cave, you look down and you start seeing a swarm of not the ants you fought. They are baby ants compared to the 3 to 4 foot monstrous things coming out, having fuming fog coming out from the cracks of its carapace. You avoided something bad. And as all of you come out of the cave, and as the orc with you comes over the edge, Shell just starts crying, running forward and hugging the other orc. You feel confident it's PETA this time. At this point, all of you just start moving out into the darkness, as Granozan and PETA both start moving in the direction towards the camp.
Did you find those mushrooms?
He looks up. Feck the mushrooms, I'm out alive. But yeah, I found the mushrooms. I just don't have them. They're back there. Just couldn't get any. When you get a safe distance, well, as safe as you can in the Badlands at night, and you start moving along, he starts telling all of you to douse all of your lights and move along as much as you can. It's going. He said that the creatures in there really see through vibration. So when he just chuckled, looking over at Davrak, saying, "I wonder what riled him up."
Who can say, honestly? I mean, it could have been any number of things.
But as you approach back towards the camp, PETA looks over and explains what happened. So I was out scouting, and I ran into 2 orcs. Like actual living, breathing orcs. And I didn't expect that. He sighs. They were escaping. and they were trying to survive, and they were worried that I was going to be pulling them back to their slavers. He looks a little down. They probably didn't survive, I would hope. He kind of looks back in the direction of the cave off in the distance. I was trying to save them.
Who enslaved them?
He shrugs. Therans. Well, that and Travar. He raises an eyebrow. But that's just the way of how it turns out. If you get deep in debt, you know, it's one of the punishments by law. He nods and he says, I mean, it's one of those, you know, they do that and it's something I do not like personally. Peter frowns a little bit. But it's one thing that we know is that people aren't going to be chasing us out here to the Badlands. He grins. Puts his arm around Shell as Shell is still just grateful that he's around. And all of you are still, despite that, moving cautiously towards the camp. Interestingly enough, you're about a half an hour away, but you can tell where the camp is with ease by the sheer vibrancy of all of the light crystal posts in the distance. He looks over. By the way, who the hell are all of you? Huh.
Well, if I read the situation correctly, we're news members of Benevolence.
Aye.
He looks over at Shell, and Shell just simply nods. I see. I owe you my life. Or avoiding the death that you may have unintentionally tried to cause? He shrugs. No offense. You're the one that robbed the nest. But he doesn't seem to be offended or harmed or anything by that nature. But he walks back and he says, "No, we'll get you out of here in the morning. You bring the supplies, I guess?" He raises an eyebrow. A toothy grin comes up on his face.
We brought supplies, yes.
Yes, us.
He sighs in relief. Well, that's good. We'll worry about the rest in the morning. The remainder of the travel is light, more quiet. You get through, and there's actually 2 or 3 creatures that he points out and along the way, and he says he motions to go in a different way to avoid them. In fact, that seems to be his default response to anything that could be a threat, is simply to avoid it. Eventually, you get to the edge of the cliffs of your encampment, and he just simply climbs up as if it's a second way of motion, and a rope falls down along the cliff, allowing you to all climb back up. Merck is sleeping, but the paperwork is signed. Apparently, he just assumed if you didn't make it back or whatnot, the signature wouldn't have mattered. All of you take camp for the night, wake up in the next morning, and Merck, through great gratuity, walks up to all of you as you're getting up. By the way, the camp themselves held watch, so you didn't have to. Merck approaches who is awake first, which would be Granozan.
And Merck?
He nods. Thank you. Thank you. I was an asshole yesterday. He shrugs. Did you get the paperwork? I didn't see it on the table.
Yeah, we grabbed it. And don't worry about being an asshole. If you ask Shell, depending on what time of day it was, I was an asshole too. But looking over at the sapling, apparently we assholes get shit done.
He looks over. A hint of pride comes up. Thank Jasper. He turns back and he hands you what seems to be a small container, a small wooden capsule. And he says, "Here's the report that I need you to bring back. The they'll be expecting it. We have breakfast in here in a little bit. And all of you will be able to leave, at least whenever you want. We've emptied the cart, so you can bring it back nice and easy. At that point, good recovery test, Renard. At that point, he just simply claps you on the shoulder and walks back into the tent. At that moment, all of you get up. Is there anything before the return trip that you want to do in this camp?
Shall we ask Merck if everything he would like us to do is done? Is there anything else we can help him with?
As you start inquiring about that from the entrance of the tent, he looks up from a table, grins, says, "No, you've done plenty. You've done more than enough. In fact, I provided something to your dwarven friend." And changing scenes, by the way, just for the sake of this. He grins up from the table itself and says, "No, you've done plenty. In fact, I added some notes about how much you did. So that they would be aware of what you did, above and beyond." He smiles. Benevolence has a good starting point in all of you. The new blood is strong.
We appreciate you saying so.
Mm-hmm. He looks over and he says, "May all of you may Jasperi watch over each and every one of you." And at that point, he turns around and starts to actually close his eyes and seems to be to be praying.
No, it's fine.
He turns around and as he returns to his work and you're about to walk away, you notice something peculiar on his desk. Or rather, not peculiar. A carrot. He reaches over and grabs it and just starts munching on it. Do you do anything?
I'm gonna do one of those non-verbal things with my eyes again. Like when I give him that eye that says I approve of that carrot eating. The approval eye.
He he looks, as he's chewing, he notices the look and he gives a side eye in your direction. And you can't read the response on his face. You can't tell if he's impressed, if he's confused, if he's disgusted. It is some weird contortion that is wrapped up in all of the myriad of his purely messed up face. But it almost contorts to a point where you hear it ends with a chuckle as he snaps into another bite of the carrot.
That's good, I bet. I bet it's a good one.
At that point, you start walking back, and all of you gather off into your return travel. The travel through the rest of the Badlands.
The paperwork says deliver goods back to Travar. Did anyone get any goods from him?
Got a report in this wooden box here.
Good enough for me. All right, everyone in the cart. Let's go.
You travel through the Badlands, and fortunately, it's pretty much uneventful, eventually leading back to the Split Rock. As you arrive, a truly unfortunate reality is there, as you do find your friends. Well, what's left of them. There are a few parts of bodies that you see, and there was obviously something that mauled one of them. Parts of the bodies are missing, as if they were pulled away, so you assume something vicious took them for food.
Would it culturally
would it be? Would we know to like maybe gather these parts and bury them, or would it say a prayer for them, or what would be a?
Definitely gathering a burial is totally acceptable, especially on the road, if you are willing to do that sort of thing. So if you wish to pay respects, it would take some time, but you have the time to do so.
I would do that, yeah.
If I can.
That said, you do have the means of looking through their equipment, at least what's left. Valuables are strewn about on the camp and such, if you wish.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I think I think they would prefer that we took what we needed.
And if they have anything that's personal or of value, we do have a person to give it to.
Yeah, over on the east side is business contact.
That's true. That's true.
All right. You gather, and the following items are found. I'm going to start with the things of not personal value. There is an actual journal of their adventure. Who would like to take that?
I like books. I'll take it.
All right.
Or yeah, give it to Vashana.
All right, Vashana, you have the Orc's journal. Then of value, total amount of 172 silver between all of them. If you wish to split it, I'll let you all know. But right now, just note that there's 172 silver. Outside of that, there's varying amounts of items like weapons and clothing and backpacks that you have. I'll just call it miscellaneous adventuring gear. I assume.
There's rope. Is there rope?
There is inside the backpack. There is rope.
Take that rope. I want that rope.
All right, you get
It's
20
the most valuable
yards of
thing
rope.
we'll ever find.
20 yards of rope.
That'll do.
2 more water skins. Your 4 days worth of rations back into the pile.
Thank you.
And
oh wow, they didn't last very long after we left, did they?
Well, something was howling before we left, so.
And out of that, there is general adventuring gear that's like their weapons and such, all of which, it's comparable to yours. Nothing shiny or special about it. None of the armor really survived because whatever is left is partially torn up and such. They really, it seems like a lot of what they had is mostly gone. But that's what you have generally. Is there anything you're looking for within the adventuring gear other than rope that you would hope to find?
Not me. No, I would say to the rest of us,
This gear can be sold back to a blacksmith, melted down. It's going to be worth something.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
In the cart.
Okay, then I'll just say miscellaneous. I'll figure out after the adventure what the actual gear is, and I'll put it in the Discord server. Okay?
Are we dividing up the silver between us all?
172.
It's more than we got paid to go on this thing.
No, it is what it is.
Yeah. So divide it up.
Great. Everyone gets 34 silver.
All right. As
a good day.
As you travel south,
relatively,
eventually you start passing on other caravans and such going north. Many of which singing songs about how they're good, peaceful days and how things have been really good for travels and safe lately. It feels almost bittersweet as you move past. Eventually, you reach what seems to be the distance of the White City. Its towering sky with airships flying about. At one point, an airship whizzes down over your actual party. Just a little bit above. And over the edge of it A singular Windling grins down, speaking softly, but each of you can almost hear it inside your personal area as the wind itself seems to echo it into your ears. I see you made it, says Riki, looking down at Davrak.
Yay!
She grins and looks at all of you. I'd take you aboard, but you already got your wagon there, and that would piss off if they didn't get the cursed thing back. Treat well, and all of you survive. I look forward to a drink with you in the future. And at which point, she just simply goes back over the edge, and the airship starts whizzing off to the northwest to adventure. You all return to Travar. Eventually going through the streets towards the tavern.
Well, what about those kids? I want to be striding past them, chest puffed out.
The heroes have returned.
As you walk back looking for them, you do not find them. At least on the path that you're walking. But
keep an eye out for them in the city.
I will. As all of you return towards the tavern, you walk up to the door, you enter in, all of you, at which point a beaming smile comes from the host. Oh, I see you've all returned. No one would appreciate that. Sorry, the Compass would appreciate that. I didn't get to properly introduce myself, he smiles. I am the host, but you can call me Prey. He shrugs. So you've got a cart to return to the old ugly one, right? Obviously referring to what he considers the ugly calculator. He looks at you inquisitively from behind the bar, cleaning a bar mug.
Cart's all good.
He nods. All right. Well, I will have to stay here, but I'll send someone with you to direct you over there. He simply just does a little bit of a whistle, and the mid door opens, and what seems to be a sterlingly beautiful elven woman walks out, dressed barely in anything. She looks out. Oh, what? Oh, no customers?
We'll handle this.
The host simply goes, and
Well.
hikes a nod over towards your direction. 5 at once again? He shakes his head. Oh. She turns around and goes in, and you hear rustling as she comes out in what appears to be better clothing. What do you need? Calculator. So she walks along out the door, follow me, and then she just sits in the cart, directing you towards the farmlands and what seems to be the research area. 2 raps on the door, and the calculator comes up to it, opening up. He grins at all of you. Oh, you're alive. Good. He gives an extra smile towards an extra large smile towards Renard. And then he holds his hand out expectantly.
I give him the paperwork.
I give him the carrots. No, I don't know. I'm holding on to those.
I give him the wooden
Oh
box.
God, no.
He takes the paperwork and just kind of throws it over his shoulder. And then he turns around and grabs the box. He looks down, and he opens it up, pulls out a small little parchment, and starts reading. Right there. He nods a little bit more, perks an eyebrow, and then nods more. Looks at all of you. You've been through hell. Right. Did any of the aides survive? He looks up and shrugs.
No one at camp died. Is that what you were asking about?
No, he shakes his head. No. The potion, the poultices.
Oh, no, they were a great help, though.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, well, that's a shame. I would have told you to keep them. You did well. Let me go get your money. And he walks back. coming back out again with the agreed upon 125 silver. Over the next week, I want each of you to come on your own. We'll have a talk about your ritual as well as your upcoming gifts and initiation. He smiles. Other people will say it after me, and they're going to be the important ones, but I'm going to tell you this one. Welcome to Benevolence. We're good to have you.
Thank you.
Hey.
I would like to say congratulations on completing your first session. All of you have successfully handled it, and I'm going to tell you what you got for your bonuses for legend points.
Yay.
For delivering the good, that is a, I'm going to use the terms differently than what they do. That is a silver reward. You agreed to assist Merck find his son. Congratulations. You understood the meaning of the knife. Congratulations. You did not achieve a thing. You escaped the cave. You did not do a thing. You returned to the camp, resolving Peeta's story. There are certain rewards that did not happen, and you returned on time with the reports, ahead of time with the reports, and though I am not explaining, you did give Noan, the compass, a reason to remember you. That amounts to 375 above average legend points for this session.
Damn.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to get those rewarded right now.
Well on our way.
Yes, you are. Now, to give perspective, to raise a rank 1 to a rank 2 talent, it would be 200. A rank 2 to rank 3 would be 300. And a rank 3 to rank 4 would be 500. So, and for you to get to second circle, you need 5 rank 2 talents. So, that is where we are. I'm working on getting the legend points transferred because this is the first time I've ever done that.
Are you giving us the legend points?
Yes. What did I say, just to confirm? I'm double checking.
375.
That is what I see. You have all been given 375 legend points. And you will have the downtime to do that. There is one other thing that I'm going to let you know. And I'm going to say this right now. When you take blood magic, it will take a permanent 1 damage to your hit points. It won't count for wounds or healing or anything.
Oh, no.
But the blood magic is simply, you may not do a directly intentional harmful activity to another member of the guild. This is more physical than most, but the magics are always peculiar. Secondly, if you guys would mind to find time with me off air, or just even we'll do like individual sessions, we can work with the idea of each of you being given a magical item that will be specifically figured out for your character as part of the initiation into the guild.
Yeah.
Cool.
So my best advice to you is I would highly recommend not a magical weapon, but something that would seem thematic or interesting to the way your character plays. So it sometime we will figure out more of the details because I know it's so vague and you know nothing about magical items in Earthdawn, but these are not simply just get +1. Like, typically legendary items will create entire campaigns worth of interesting stuff on their own. So that is it. I am sorry that I kind of rushed it at the end, but I looked at time and I'm like, you know what? We're good to just kind of go past the resolution. Was the pacing okay? How was it?
I thought so. It's always a little slow when you start out, but I find that's pretty typical in most D&D campaigns.
Yeah. I do have to say there was a lot of reading and describing, but I think at least for a first session, it's always good to give just a lot of world building so you can start visualizing the area you're in. Also, the Badlands, man, it's hard to describe them compared to everywhere else. I am happy, though. This system allows you to really make some really creepy, awesome fog effects and stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If any of you have, I am good to wrap up here, but if any of you want to have any questions about how to spend your legend points on your talents right now, I can help you really quick. Because what...
I am.
Oh, what was that?
Oh, I just said I'm good. I'll want some time to look anyway. So
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take my time with that too. Probably talk to you off air.
No problem. In that case, then,
Late.
I think this is generally the point where I'm just going to start wrapping up. Friends, thanks for hanging out. I am saying a special shout out to Smokeloak. Thanks for the raid, man. And all of the people who have been chatting it up and having a good time. Thank you. Now,
Thank you, guys.
and thank you, Jack. This was great.
Yes.
Yeah,
Lot
thanks,
of
Jack.
fun.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for your graciousness with my being late.
I do have one question for next week, and this is something that will help me prepare. So this is something I would like decided now. I have the option of giving you options for your next session, or I can choose the next session adventure for you. What would you prefer? Because this helps me prep.
Like options.
Okay. I'll do my best to have options and the Discord. And if you could make a choice by Tuesday, that would allow me enough time to ensure to prepare the session or polish the session you pick. All right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Sounds good.
No problem. I'll put scheduling up by the morning. And if any of you have an issue for next week, I've already got another person lined up who's interested. So there we go.
Sounds good.
Friends, I'm going to say this to chat. I want to say thank you all for watching. I'll probably be live tomorrow morning talking about Earthdawn stuff and doing a post-mortem on this and fixing some bugs and such that came up tonight. So if you guys want to know anything, that's cool. I'll also be setting up the VOD for tonight, so we should be able to watch it starting tomorrow morning. Have yourself a good one. Be kind to each other, embrace each other, and good night.